Hydrant, you bastard! Hydrant!
It's here! It's DDO day. It is a new week, and thus a new stream. So here we are. Welcome in, everyone. This week will be, for our History of Gaming series, the year 2003, with Knights of the Old Republic, and Prince of Persia, Sands of Time, and maybe one others. But those are the two we're planning on. But for today, we return to DDO. Now, what are we doing in DDO? We're going to be playing on R4, just to make things a little bit more interesting. We are level 13, and since we already did a bunch of the level 10s, and we did do all of Ravenloft already, we're going to be going to Demon Sands today. And from there, we will probably hit Lord's March 12s. So we should probably hit level 15 today. But we'll see if we get more than that. Potion Seller! Bring me your most curse-resistant potions. Because we are going to be fighting mummies. And I do not want to deal with having mummy rot. There we go. So we get our potions ready. Always nice to grab your consumables beforehand. We will do our rolls, of course. And then it is off to Sands with us. Now, if you always thought that you had to do the pre-quest to get into Sands, or you had to take the teleporter from your guild ship, there is another way to get to Demon Sands, is you talk to this dude, and you say, hey, do you go to Menectaroon? Yeah, I want to go to Menectaroon. And then he sends you to Manectarune. And it's very nice. So, off we go. Now, one thing that is going to be a little annoying for us is that Chains of Flame has a lot of stuff that is at very long range, and we are not a very long range character. Like, we've got some things we can do. I can throw tentacles at them. I could switch stances to not be cone shape, but to be the default blasting shape, as we do not have chain shape anymore after we respect, so that we could get our T5 over here. But one more rank and we get Staunch back, or Stanch back. So that is good, and we're looking forward to that. Also, if anyone is wondering about what our musical tastes are for this evening, excuse me, for our background music, this is because when you buy games from Good Old Games instead of Steam, they often, but not always, come with the soundtrack included. So this is the Prince of Persia Sands of Time soundtrack that we're dealing with for our background music today, which is, you know, appropriate given that we are in the Manectarune Desert. R4, and off we go. Let's see, do we want to put up any specific resist buffs? I think we would want to put up resist fire. Resist fire seems like a good idea.
Evil chants and demonic voices echo through the halls of this lonely shrine.
Right, I need to remember that I need to throw these abilities to get my move speed. Got caught on something a little bit, it's fine.
The holy fires lighting this grim shrine have long since died.
Now, you really want Death Block in here, because these guys do have Vorpal. Vorpal, also known as, if they roll a 20, you die, unless you have Death Block. So, this is one of those quests that it acts as a reminder, and can remind you when you've forgotten to put Death Block on your gear. And the reminder is, you will suddenly die, and then you'll be like, oh, darn it, I forgot. Off we go. Now, one question that we should be asking ourselves is it really a good idea to be disrespecting it this much when it is, in fact, R4? And the answer is, I will continue disrespecting it until I get punished. Now, one thing is, we have gotten quite lucky in that we've had very minimal Reapers. I say, as a Carnage Reaper takes a swing at my face. But this character in this build is durable enough that we're not super concerned about it. Also, we are sitting on 70-something healing scrolls, so. Now, we have, by default as our class, two options for crowd control. We have Web, and we have Tentacles. You know what doesn't work on Reapers? Web and Tentacles. But we also picked up from the Fey Dark Illusionist tree, Greater Color Spray. So you'll see me use that a lot if, of course, we run into a problem and are like, oh, there are multiple Reapers here. I need to do something about that. That's when the Greater Color Spray is going to come out. So far, the only thing that's really gotten me is the Flame Strikes. Hitting me for like 100-ish Bane damage each time. So, it's not too big a concern. That's a Soul of Cruelty. I should probably respect that more. Did I take a wrong turn? I think I took a wrong turn. I did, in fact. I've gone in a circle, and I've just gathered up a bunch of dudes that I'm now going to have to kill so I don't get full dungeon alert. Got a little bit stuck on a mephit there, which is a little annoying because mephits are in fact invisible. So I couldn't see it beforehand. Plague Reaper, a red named boss. We managed to not get hit by that because we were moving, which is nice, but we did take a bunch of damage. Oh, there was a Fear Reaper too. There is a Fear Reaper too. Where? Where is it? I'm gonna have to, wait, I see a silhouette of one there. Why is there an untargetable Fear Reaper just constantly hitting killing me? That's not fair at all. Alright, well, we get to Gibbers, and then we get to talk to this guy to finish the quest, and then we run away, because... yeah, that's not good. That's not good at all. I guess we'll grab loot. Because we're going to have to die, and then we'll release and have to run back. Unless... yeah, there aren't any shrines nearby. Actually... but yeah, the almost invisible and untargetable Fear Reaper was not on my bingo card for what was going to kill me, but it is a rough way to go. Oh, this is just a little nook, not a shrine nook. Yeah, look at this. Look at this untargetable, just brutal. Alright, well, we go back to our guild ship. We do get to put one more point here. Now we once again have a big defensive cooldown, which is going to be so nice to have. Not that it would have necessarily saved me there, but I don't know what can save you from just the Fear Reaper spamming you while being mostly invisible. I wonder if it was a weird phasing thing. Still, we go back to our guild ship to get ourselves healed back up, and then it's back to Menectaroon. And, yeah. And hopefully we don't get unlucky with just bugged Fear Reapers. I think we can afford to turn up the music a little bit. There we go. That should be fine. We want to go to... there it is. Suavi's Refuge in the sands of Menectaroon. Or Menectaroon. They're not really consistent with the pronunciation. Alright. Off we go. So our next one is going to be over here-ish. So, we're all ready to go. Actually, at 13, yeah, we don't get to spend more points here until 17, and then these cores are at 15. So, nothing more to do with our very special Reaper points for a while now. This is also why I haven't paid that much attention to making sure every time I go to cap to get my first time Reaper XP and so on and so forth. It's just like, I'm spending most of my time leveling. I can't even spend most of my points. Just because, well, it's capped per level. Alright. Once again, we buff up. I think there's casters in here who do fire damage, so we'll put up a resist fire as well. And our death ward. Oh, that's the wrong one. Taking a wrong turn immediately upon entering. Not ideal. There we go. We're gonna try to kill at least some. Keep our dungeon alert down. I say as we immediately get to tier 3 dungeon alert. And back down. Anything this way? No? Alright, off we go. I'm pretty sure this is always an optional on this turn.
The shuffle of bare feet across the floor alerts you to a walking corpse. It once beautiful emergent rose as it shambles toward you in the wreckage of its sarcophagus.
Okay, yeah. Couple hundred XP for the optional. It's fine. And off we go, searching for the real tomb. And we didn't even have to go to the Haradru and find the right symbol to find the true tomb versus the false tombs.
These dusty chambers contain the mummified bodies of soldiers and elite citizens. Mark the physician stirs from his resting place and shambles toward you.
Alright, and out we go. So, pretty quick and easy.
This tomb is the resting place of Rama the physician.
We will go ahead and... While we're not going to break these up entirely by the level 11s and then the level 12s, I am going to hit this other one before we actually go to Wiz King, because I want the item to skip fights in Wiz King, just in case.
Within this ancient structure lies the tomb of the astrologer.
Now, Wiz King, of course, is not very fast if you're soloing, but, you know, sometimes we do things that are not the smart way, just because we want to see if we can.
As you begin your ascent to the tomb's inner chambers, you feel the walls start to close in and your heart races.
Oh, improved trip is not good. This is fine. Servant class indeed. Oh, wait. I heard a sound like a famine reaper.
These dusty chambers contain the mummified bodies of soldiers and elite citizens.
Hey, look, a fear reaper that we can actually see and fight instead of just getting constantly stacked on while it's invisible.
Rush, the astrologer, rises from his slumber and shambles toward you.
Enter his pack, seal, and finish out. We did get hit with mummy rot. In fact, pernicious mummy rot, but we have a solution to that. And the solution to that is we actually heal ourselves. We bought curse removal, and we carry heal scrolls, and you need to do those in that order. So, mummy rot is a very special magical disease, where if you cure the disease, it doesn't go away because you're still cursed to have it.
Wizard King.
So first you have to remove the curse that's going to make sure you get reinfected, and then you can remove the disease. And that is why, if you're coming to Menactarion, or really anywhere that's going to have a lot of mummies that will use mummy rot on you, you should invest in a couple curse removal pots. We want this fire. Now, there is something that we're going to need to handle in here, which is that there are clay golems in here, and clay golems are healed by acid. Which means I'm going to need to swap my orb off, otherwise I will never kill them. Which is fine. We have, it's not hotkeyed, but at least we have a weapon swap on our bars that we can get to. Only one? I thought there was at least the hyena in there with him. Oh well. As you can see, we're still quite effective at killing things, even here on R4. Oh, I was like, wait, where is it? I missed the goop. And once you kill everything, then you get the crest spawn up here. It used to be in a chest, and then they removed it. I don't know exactly why, but I think it had to do with the crafting ingredients. That all the chests drop crafting ingredients, and that one was just too easy to target farm. Alright, more clay golems. Swapping back. I don't want them coming up behind me and having to fight them after I weapon swap the other way. Oh look, another reason to carry curse removal pots. Cursed Wound. What does Cursed Wound do? It means you can't heal yourself anymore, so that gets to go away. Alright. Alright. Wait, what was that? Ah. Remnant. I thought it was like a Reaper that got teleported to me. I just saw something spawn on top of me and it was like, wait. We need to be sure what it is that is suddenly decided to appear on us. Ooh, hurts a lot. Good thing I had temp health up. Alright. This is the wrong one. If you have high enough int, you can read those. And when you read them, it'll tell you who's in the tower. So, this is the lion. So we're going to reset and go to a different tower. I don't know what exactly the difficulty check there is for exactly how much int you need. It's not too impressive as we're not int based, but we do have 26 int, which is a decent amount. Because, let's see. Well, we have our tome. The tome is +5. And then we have 2 from, 2 from what? Oh, clay golems. Two from the thing and the stuff. Guild buffs. And then I don't know what the rest of it is, to be honest. But okay. We're headed to the second tower. Off we go. Off we go. Try to keep our displacement up. More mummies dead. And we are on our way. I think we're going to hold off on using our last charge of leap. If we use our last charge of leap, we can't use it when it's more effective. And in this case, more effective is, like, right now I would just be using it for, like, fast movement, but it is a leap, and it's very effective for things like getting across chasms. So I don't want to use my last little bit where I can use it to cross chasms to just run down a hallway a little bit faster. Stone tablet. Here lies Wizard King. That's what we wanted. This is what I meant about wanting to be able to cross chasms. And we're away. Good. So we're in the right tower. And we're headed the right direction. And we're taking a bunch of damage, but it's all fine because we popped up a bunch of temp health. So, it's all good. We should probably put up displacement again, though. Just for convenience. As you can see, the Carnage Reapers have way more health than everything else in here. They like take a full rotation of stuff and they're still not all the way dead, whereas everything else just kind of falls over. I do not remember which floors fall away and how, so as you can see, I'm really hugging the edges on those, just in case. More clay golems? No clay golems. More acid damage, though. Oh. just in case. Going invulnerable, or... No? Okay. Your funeral, I suppose. Give ourselves a little bit of a heal. It's not much because it's on R4 and we still count as being in combat because we skipped guys. But we're just going to have to trust that we don't die here to the Ryum. That's right, you get debuffs. Famine Reaper. For some reason I thought he summoned wraiths as well. Oh well. We grab the phylactery. 10 minutes. Not terrible for solo. We only had to do 1.5 towers because we have the int to make our check and figure out where exactly he is. But alright, we're off to maraud the mines. And after we maraud the mines, we get to... where? We get to hit up Chains of Flame. We have our equipment all on. No swaps hanging around. No swaps hanging around. Excellent. Off we go. Is there the rare spawn here? Are you up? No. Oh, you are. There we go. Hi. Dustcart. Honestly, it's a pretty solid piece of gear if you don't have one already and you're in a build that needs it. See, because it covers a little bit of concealment, false life, dodge, protection. It's a very nice and easy defensive stat item. And it's in the trinket slot. And so if you're just starting out, you might not have as many possibilities in your trinket slot because they're a little bit more rare. So it's not as highly contested a slot as it is for, say, for me, I've got a lot of things to contest that slot because I've been around a while. But that said, there is stuff like the Blue Raptor Feather out of Isle of Dread, which is a really good generic defensive item. I have the Sigil of the Elemental Evil, which is another generally good defensive item. You've got Profane Life on it. It has 5 static resist on it, got natural armor. And I put a Sheltering Sapphire in mine, so it's very convenient. Chains of Flame, we're definitely going to put up Fire Resist in here. And I think we'll also put up Lightning Resist. Yeah, that seems like a plan. Oh, wait. Death Block. Sorry, Death Ward. Now, if only I could remember the correct route to go through here. I swear like I always end up missing one piece of it. Oh look, a fire elemental. So how this works is essentially there are different sections of this quest. And each one is going to drop one of the things you need. Oh boy, that was a... just... take a hit for like 150. So this section drops the impure ore that you need 4 of. And then one section will drop the jacinth, one will drop the blood rubies, one will drop the fire opals. So you just need to basically go to each of the different sections of the quest. And then you're good to go. And they're inside these containers, as you can see. So now we got our 4 ore. We're going to get back out of here. We'll toss ourselves a heal on the way. and grab the collectible. The reason I didn't bother stopping for it on the way in is because I knew I'd be grabbing it on the way out. Right. We're going to go up top. There we go. There we go. Oh, what's over there? Plague Reaper? Let's deliberately aggro that. Just get it out of the way. I'd rather plan to fight it than have it jump me from behind. Oh, right. Iron Golems, of course. I forgot about this. Alright. Is the acid stronger than the fire? The answer appears to be yes. Now, obviously, I could make this a lot easier on myself if I just turned off my pact. I can turn off my fire damage. It's a little annoying, though, because it takes like a little bit of channeling time to turn it back on. So instead, we went with the slow way, which was also the lazy way. We're just going to keep blasting, and eventually they will die. Okay, but you can see here we got our 2 blood rubies, so we're good to go. Now we hit this way. And, is this the right way? I think this is the way for the, not iron golems, but the rock golems. There we go. Earth golem, earth elementals. They're not, it is not rock, and it's not golems, it is earth elementals. There we go, we got our 2 uncut fire opals, which means we just need the jacinths now. The jacinths are this way. I guess we can fight the guy for the optional too while we're at it. Why not? You don't need to fight him, of course, because all you need to do is come in here, grab the Adventurer's Pack, you find the breakables. Boom, there we go. Quick 18k. But we'll hop up here and see what we can do about fighting this dude. Alright. There we go. It's 1,000 XP. Alright, we're gonna put up this. There we go. I don't care about the loot one. I wanted the remnants. But yeah, we're good to go. And now, to get to Chains of Flame. Chains of Flame, the biggest, well, it has 2 big things against it. One, it is quite a long quest. And it can be difficult for a lot of builds, especially if you are short range, like if you're melee. There's a lot of guys who are archers on ledges shooting down at you. It can be a pain. If you're doing it on epic difficulties, it also has the downside that it's got a lot of traps in it, which can be quite annoying and or deadly, depending on how strong you are and how good your evasion is. Well, reflex saves. If you have evasion and reflex save, then it's not really a big deal. But if you don't, it might be. But the other big downside to Chains of Flame is the route to get there is a bit convoluted. Because it's way up there. But to get there, you need to take this big roundabout path that takes a really long time to figure out if you're just figuring it out with no external resources. You're not following anyone, you're not looking online or anything. But if you're willing to use online resources, you can either look up a video on it, or the wiki does have a map with this route highlighted on it. So you can follow the map and get your way here. But as you can see, it is quite out of the way. It is way off in the middle of nowhere. But, you know, no big deal. That's fine. Now, if it's out in the middle of nowhere, and it's long, and it's not a ton of XP per minute, well, why are we even bothering to go here? And the answer is, because I'm stubborn and for completeness. But also, a reason why you might want to, if you're not stubborn and just want to do it because you're here, is that this is a required quest for flagging for the raid. And there's some decent stuff in the raid, especially if you want to do some inquisitive lives. The raid has the Storm Heavy Crossbow, which is just amazing. It is super, super broken for running inquisitive lives. If you can get 2 even, so you can upgrade one to the epic version and put that on as soon as you hit level 20, it is just amazing. It is super busted. But otherwise, you know. Oh, Plague Reaper made it saves. That's not ideal. Yeah. But yeah, that's the big one that I think comes out of there. There's a lot of other gear that drops in the Wiz King raid. A lot of it has been power crept, but there are still some handy things. The Storm Crossbow is the big one that comes to mind, but I'm sure there are some others. Like, I know there's the Torque comes from there. The Torque has kind of been passed up nowadays as far as power goes, because it used to be a really handy thing to get spell points back. But if you're relying on people meleeing you to get spell points back in 2026, there are probably other things that you need to be worrying about first. In this case, I'm worried about the Carnage Reaper that is trying to eat my face. Not the face. Not the face. Oh, double plague. Well, I put up temp health and then I killed it. But I'm sure I will get some use out of this temp health in this coming fight or two as well. I forget what exactly these guys do that hurts a lot, but I know there's at least one spell that the casters do that can hurt me. I think it's fire-based, which is of course why we put up fire resistance. But, you know. So the way this quest works is, as you're making your way through this very, very long quest, you find the various slaves here and you free them. You have to free 15 slaves. This is misleading. You have to free 16 slaves, because the 16th slave that you free is going to come back and be like, hey, here's the key to get to the boss chamber. So you free 15, and then the 16th is how you actually manage to complete the quest. I'm wondering if I did my routing wrong, because I feel like I might have skipped. But I shouldn't have de-doored at that point. I should have run back at that point and then de-doored the next one. This is what I mean about it being a problem if you are short range. You saw that I was trying to open that door. I was just getting lit up by a bunch of archers. And this is something that is going to be a running theme in this quest. Also, if you're in here in Epics and you don't have freedom of movement, there's a trap here that spreads grease all over this ramp, which, as you can imagine, is very, very difficult to deal with if you don't have freedom of movement, especially because it has grease and air jets. More healing. Just a little bit of top-up healing. Okay. Yeah, so we want to talk to all of these guys. Yeah, it's like we got all these guys up on ledges. We got guys running at us from behind. It's just a rough place to be. Yeah, I can aim those spells at them, but they don't land, which is unfortunate. This. Take care of the fire elemental. No big deal there.
You notice a ladder that leads down to a narrow and dangerous.
Carnage Reaper dead. Okay, good. Now, as the quest goes on, you can get some revenge, because these guys are the guys that shoot you as soon as you walk in the door. So as you go further and further up the Chains of Flame dungeon, you will get the chance to be on those balconies that stuff was shooting down on you from. Where is this guy exactly? This Mark of Law one has been shooting me for like 50 a shot. We're running into a problem here. It's actually starting to hurt. A lot. Now, we do have things like heal scrolls.
Spy a treasure chest beyond a locked portcullis.
I think I've gone the wrong way. It's okay, though. There are slaves that we can free over here. I don't think I count as out of combat, do I? No, still in combat because there's a bunch of guys on ledges that we didn't kill on the way in. But this is fine. There's a reason that we got a lot of healing scrolls. It's because we knew we were going to be doing stuff on Higher Reaper, which means healing debuffs, which means just needing to spam more healing. Do I even have a key for this? I do not. I might have messed this up. Let's find out. Because this is one of those quests that, like, if you do it right, it's fine. But if you get lost, I think you can make it uncompletable. Yeah. I think I'm just going to reset this. Because this is why I said I messed up. I needed to use my first key on this door, not on the second door. So I have messed it up, and now we have to restart.
The heat of the desert is incomparable to the sweltering.
Which is going to be a problem, because we don't get charges back of any of our stuff. Fortunately, we're not too bound by things like having spell points. Granted, we are using them up, but not at a very rapid pace.
The burning city of the firebrands rises before you, a monument of Nolish strength.
But yes, having the archers that I can't really effectively kill, keeping me in combat so I can actually heal between packs, does make this... Oh. Okay. Alright. Understood. Not wearing freedom of movement. Fail my save on hold monster. Very impolite of them. And a Plague Reaper. At least this one didn't make it saves. Okay, so this time we will remember the correct route. And we'll respect things just a little bit more, so we don't get punished quite so hard. Is that Carnage? Carnage doesn't make it saves. Now we have the Mephit Room.
You are buffeted with gusts of scorching air from this excavated tunnel. The rhythms are those of beating wings.
Just the tiny bits of healing from the Primal Past life there. Like, it's a significant amount of healing if you're not on this difficulty level. Like, if I'm out of combat, that would heal me for like 60-something. I'm pretty sure that Carnage Reaper came through the wall, as they tend to do, which is very unfriendly for me. But we make do. Oh, the ones over there didn't aggro. I put down the tentacles because I thought they would aggro. Oh well.
A handful
Hi.
of slaves huddle within this excavation.
We got a Famine Reaper. Is it going to hit us with sonic damage? Nah, it tried cold damage.
A heavy key slips from the overseer's
Okay.
grasp as he falls.
As before, there's the key. Ooh, we counted as out of combat there. Very convenient. But yeah, I do need to save at least one dash charge for that section with the fire traps, because as you saw the last time, when we went through the fire traps, they were hitting for about 100 a shot. And that's just a little bit too much damage for me to want to be taken. So we're going to try to dash through those. So this time, we'll do the correct thing. Grab this door. You might be thinking it's like, well, what does it matter on the doors? Like, you unlocked the other one last time, you unlocked this one this time. It's all going to even out in the end, right? And the answer is no.
This kitchen reeks of blood and rusted iron. A caged dwarf above the cook fire looks like the
So,
main course.
going through here, I believe, gets me 2 keys. So we trade 1 key for 2, which is how we actually progress the quest.
A heavy key slips from unboarded.
Yeah, see, we get this Burning City key. And we get the Stolen Treasure key. But then, we come this way, and there's another Burning City key. So that's why it's important to do this section, because you use 1 key to unlock it. And then, after it's unlocked, then you get 2 keys. Which is something you need, and it's going to keep you going forward when everything else from now on is basically just going to be 1 for 1. It's going to be... There's a Fear Reaper up there too. We'll see if he wants to come down and visit us.
This guard post is strongly defended. The firebrands howl with outrage as they
Plague Reaper up there. He can't get us at the moment, but they can teleport. There it is. Kill the rest of these dudes, free the slaves, all that good stuff. And it's here that we do our Dimension Door stuff to get out. So yeah, so we come this way, we get to free some slaves in here, we get 2 Burning City keys for expending the 1 to get in here, and a Remnant chest, so that's nice for us. Now we can D-Door back. Now we have 2 Burning City keys in our inventory, and we are good to actually progress the quest. The thing is, I don't know if the quest was actually impossible to complete when I used the key wrong before, or if it just means you have to take some other route that I'm not aware of. See, we took 200 damage there. Which, to me, is like, oh, I should have really just popped my temp health before then. So that's a mistake on my part. It's like, I knew I was about to take damage, and I didn't pre-shield myself. It's like, oh, well, that's just dumb. You knew there was damage. Why didn't you pre-shield yourself? And the answer is, I was not paying attention. So we toss some tentacles at the guys on the ledge, which is probably a waste because as long as I open the door, the next time I see those guys on that ledge, I'm going to be on the same ledge as them, and I can just blast them. Now, there is a big downside to going through walking backwards blasting like this, is it kind of assumes that I know what's coming up, which I kind of do. I know what mobs are in the quest just baseline, but what don't I know? If there are like Reaper spawns there that I should be paying attention to. Yeah, see, here's that ledge I was just talking about. Like, I killed some guys on that ledge. It would have been much easier to just do that once I was up here. Hi. Made all your saves, eh? There we go. Burning blood hurts a lot. And you're healing yourself, which is also annoying. But it's fine. We continue freeing people. We will go check this side room for the bonus loot. And, of course, free more slaves. Alright, so we popped our temp health. I haven't chewed through it yet, but the multiple champs up there do make it a little trickier. So again, this is the group that was there when I walked in the door and they were shooting me from up here. Now we get to even the score a little bit. Now this has some special loot in it. Did we get any this time? No. But it's got stuff like Encore's Cleaver, which is a which is a Constitution weapon. There aren't a lot of those. So there's some special unique build things you can do with those sorts of weapons. I forget if it gives you Constitution to hit or Constitution to damage, though. I also forget if it's the same one that Dwarf gives you or a different one than Dwarf gives you. Alright, we once again took a ton of damage from traps. That was avoidable, but this set I did kind of forget about. not completely forget about. I thought it was one of the ones with like where the spikes just shoot up from the floor, which are much less dangerous than the spinny ones. So we make do. Now this room is where we get... Oh wait, nope, wrong room. I was thinking of a different room. This hallway, we do want to stand right in the middle so we don't get hit by those blade traps that are on either side. And it's another room with a bunch of archers that are going to shoot down at us. But this time... they are low enough to the ground that we can hit them. Why don't... Oh, that's right. There's some guys in here who cast this spell. So it's just like, wait, why can't I jump? It's like, they dispelled my jump. That's unfortunate. Right, so we're going to have to rebuff here. Go. Little bit of healing. I don't know why that second one didn't hit, but okay, sure, why not? And off we go. We have swarmer dudes this way. And it's about time for the first of our hourly breaks. So if you're new here, we do take a break once an hour. A nice health and wellness break, and also Twitch runs ads for us. So what we're going to do, the game will be paused, you won't miss anything. We stand up, we stretch, grab a drink, grab a snack, whatever it is you need to do that is not just staring at screens and getting blood clots in your legs. And I'll see you in 3 minutes. Okay, we have returned. I hope everyone had a good break. I've chosen this layout because I feel like it optimizes uptime. If we take the 3 minutes all at once, then we can just all walk away and have an after these messages we'll be right back moment. And no one ends up actually missing anything.
He looks alarmed by your approach. Does he serve the firebrands by choice?
Oh no, Elder Fire Elementals. And they're dead. So this chest has some really good stuff in it. We didn't get any, but it potentially has good stuff in it. And now we head this way, across the bridge. You know, now that I think about it, I think we missed freeing 2 slaves in the other room that had the locked door with the chest behind it. I don't think I went all the way to the edge of that to get to free those 2. So we might need to do a little bit more walking around later. Also, I don't know why archers seem to be like perfectly accurate. It's something I've noticed a lot of the time where it's just like, you know, I have like 89 AC and 12% dodge, and we've got a bunch of deflection, so a lot of their hits should be not hitting. But I guess that a lot of these defenses only actually work against melee hits, so archers are just like, nah, we're just gonna hit you. And it's just like, I'm not a huge fan of that. Okay. There we go. This up. That up. And, oh, I thought I cleared all the guys up here. There's one left. Guys to the left. They're there. I was like, wait, why aren't they here? And the answer is they are being slow to spawn in. Where are we going? I forget if I'm supposed to go forward or left first. I think it's supposed to be left, but we're going forward instead. Yep, I was correct. It is in fact forward first. It is in fact to the left. To the left. Wait, did a Reaper just spawn when I killed one of them? I'll find out in a second when it teleports down to me. Okay, kill a bunch of methods. Oh, there's a Carnage Reaper there. Sorry, Famine Reaper there. I had already seen the Carnage and taken care of it. What do we have here?
A troop of archers ranged along a defensive wall shouts rude challenges and insults at your invasion party.
Right. So we do want to run around here and talk to the enslaved people of various races. Because at least they're not racists. They're just slavers, enslaving everybody. Anybody and everyone. This is equal opportunity slavery. And what do we have in here? We have various guards. I'm pretty sure I don't have a key for this yet. I do not have a key for this yet. Moving forward. We need to go across the bridge to get our next key. But first, be another dude. Where are you? Please stop shooting me as much. Oh, boy. Flame strike after flame strike for 200 plus a hit. I was so worried about the Famine Reaper, the fact that they had like double casters. Alright, so our Gibbers is back off cooldown, so that's the good news. The bad news is we gotta make our way all the way back to those shrines. So we wait for... Alright, we don't have a death timer anymore. 3 Gibbers. Then we can D-door. And hope that we make it. We might not have given ourselves enough time. Because this is a really, really big quest. Also, I don't think I pulled the levers. Yeah. Alright, so we did get tagged by one of the things, but I'm pretty sure we still run out of time before we run out of health. Oh, we didn't open this door. Alright. Excellent. We made it. Now we just have 12 seconds left. Then we can respawn, and we will use the shrine as well. But yeah, I even popped Staunch there for the extra temp health, and it did not help. I mean, I guess it helped, but not enough because I got hit with 200 damage per shot back to back to back to back. Which is the risk that you take when you go in on a little bit higher difficulty. But it's fine. We'll take the res, we'll take the rest. We'll go back there with all of our stuff filled up. We get rid of our debuffs, we can use our heal scrolls. It's all good. Yeah. We definitely want fire resist. And healing. And you know, I was just thinking, it's just like, it doesn't matter if I top up my healing or not. Then it's like, well, maybe it does. Alright. We do have charges back on our move speed stuff. So that's convenient. Now, one other thing that we do get is that we are now out of combat. So our fast healing is actually going to help buff us up as we run all the way up, back up top. And the good news is, I believe I killed the Famine Reaper and one of the 3 casters? Maybe 2 of the 3 casters that were causing problems for me. Yeah, there we go. Fast healing topping us up. Now we just wait 1 minute more for it to heal, which will probably happen while we're in combat, so it'll heal us for like 20 instead of 60 to 70. But suffice to say, we are on our way. Let's see. We went this way. That's the bridge, so we need to turn left. Then we go all the way up and around, and then we're going to head straight, and that'll be where we were. Now, we do need to free 4 more slaves, but that's fine. So we are now in combat with things again. Oh, you know what? I probably shouldn't have even attacked them. I totally forgot that I had actually cast invisibility. Alright. Just leave me alone for a second, would you? I don't expect the web spell to be super effective there, but Just gives me a little bit better odds at being able to pull this lever and actually make it work.
Slaves in this post cheer rapidly. Fireflies prepare a desperate defense.
We want the hyenas down first,
Our exploits
because hyenas can crowd control us. You might think, hyenas crowd controlling? Well, they're not casters. They're not going to, like, cast hold person on you. It's like, yeah, they're just going to go old school and trip you. And then you're just lying on the ground like an idiot as everything kills you. Get another key. Alright, this doesn't heal us for much, but might as well. Yes, I know. Also, we're going to have another use. I mentioned earlier about why it's super handy in Menectaren to prepare beforehand and grab health pots. Not health pots. Remove curse pots. We're about to find the other reason why that's a good idea, which is this dude.
This arcane library.
Alright, enslaved human.
Despair.
There we go. Now we have the key that we need.
Low table unaware of
I will suffer your curse. We get cursed. We drink curse removal. Then we have to fight the ogres. Dodge the initial attack. Try to burst them down before they go invisible. Oh, I didn't get all of them. It's okay, we can break stuff while we wait for it to respawn. Alright. After you talk to them, you can talk to him again, and when you talk to him again, it opens this wall up, and this is another chest that has its own drop table, so there's stuff that drops only from this chest. Not that it decided to drop anything for me, like, none of them have decided to drop anything for me tonight, but it's fine. It's fine. Everything is fine. I'm not angry. You're angry. I'm actually really not bothered by this. I forget what loot is even in there. I know there was at one point, there was something I wanted in there, some sort of staff. But this is like gear that's not super important for most things. Because it's like, oh, well, this gear could be handy for a very optimized epic life, like, to put on at 20. It's like, huh. How much do I really care about having an optimal level 20 gear set? And the answer is, like, not a ton. It very much falls into the nice to have category. Alright, now we just straight up hit us with a curse spell. So once again, curse potions to the rescue. Understand, all these guys who were shooting us before when we were going to have a hard time fighting back. How you like me now? Now we're right here, and we can get at you. Flameborn, not immune to tentacles. They are immune to insta-kill spells, but not tentacles. Ooh. The Lightborn, so it did a ton of light damage on every hit with a multi-hit attack. Little spicy there. It took like 400 damage all in one burst. So now we just gradually heal ourselves back. We are heavily, heavily invested in Heal Scroll futures. And Heal Scroll presence, really.
to the peak of the burning city.
Now this is a really annoying section in Epics because there are traps here that will knock you back and knock you all the way back, like off that ledge there. which is just really unfriendly. Spamming Flame Strike is very rude, Mr. Pyromancer, sir. Horde. There we go, yeah. So this is why this quest is not very popular for leveling. Like, ooh, 25,000 experience. It's like, yeah, in 30 minutes. And that doesn't even include the fact that I messed up the routing the first time and had to reset. So, that said, obviously the quest would be run faster if we didn't die, if we were on an easier difficulty so that we could kill stuff easier. If speed were our primary concern, we wouldn't be on R4. So, we're good to go. We're just chilling. We're not going to take level 14 yet. We're just doing this because we want to go to the other side of the map. So, we go to Oob, which is Offering of Blood. Not to be confused with, like, Bargain of Blood. Or... is it Bargain of Blood? Yeah, Bargain of Blood. Which is a different quest. You have Bob and Oob. They're both a bunch... just a collection of O's and B's, and... they're quite different, in fact.
An inordinate amount of dust whirls around this steep, narrow bridge.
So we go around this outside. Nothing's really bothering us.
For one hoping to end
Now, if I wanted to make that section just slightly easier and just
place to leap from.
really make sure I don't accidentally mess up and fall in a hole, we could have put on Featherfall to get through it, but as it stands, it doesn't really matter. We'll kill the rare spawn, though, because he's here. Why not? Didn't drop us anything useful. But that's okay. They don't always have to drop something useful. Sometimes you just kill them for, you know, the good of the people of Menectaroon. That they no longer have this dude who's going to be causing trouble. Now he's dead, and he's not going to cause any more trouble. Unless, of course, necromancers come through, in which case all of the dead are going to be causing all the trouble, as is tradition for necromancers to do. Down we go. R4, Offering of Blood. Now, is it a good idea to do this on R4? This is a quest that is much, much harder or much, much easier, depending on whether or not you can withstand the gauntlet of guys continuously coming after you. Ramping up the difficulty really changes those breakpoints.
A golden vessel atop the altar catches your eye.
Alright. We got double Reapered immediately, which is not optimal.
You slip the offering.
Take the blood offering.
Careful not to spill any of the contents.
Aspect of Wrath.
Cries of alarm sound out from the upper
Alright,
reaches
and now we go this
of the
way.
earth. The drow are coming for you.
Hey, Creeper. I don't know if you caught that. You saw the little blind pop up over my head. That was the Plague Reaper not hitting me because we Greater Color Sprayed him. So even though he didn't get crowd controlled, as in like so he couldn't move, he did get the blind applied, which made it less likely for him to kill us. Like again, that time he hit us once and he didn't hit us once because of blind. cast our displacement again. Oh, that wasn't good. My spell went off, but it was one of those things where the spell goes off, but it doesn't actually go off because of targeting restrictions. It's like, sorry, the guy's behind you. It's like, okay, so my spell never went off in the first place. Yes. So it's not on cooldown since it didn't cast. Oh, no, I didn't say that. It goes on cooldown because it didn't cast, even though the guy was behind you, so it didn't actually cast. Ah, I see. Gonna have it both ways. Haven't seen someone have it both ways so many times since your mom at the club. They have more peoples up here to fight? No? Okay. It's fine. Go. Oh, force damage over time. That's an annoying one. At least force damage is now actually reduced by magic resist rating. Not that I have a ton of magic resist rating now that I think about it. Actually, 53 isn't bad. Alright, there is an optional named guy who spawns in here to attack you, but I'm more concerned about just making sure we finish out. That's a Carnage Reaper that just spawned in. We put up temp health and everything, and we still got really, really chunked out. Ooh, we're even all the way out of combat. Full healing it is. Also, apparent all my buffs appear to have been purged. Okay, alright. Fear Reaper. Got him. What's in the next room? Oh, more dudes. And a Famine Reaper. We got our temp health up, so it was fine. There we go. Crowd control down. And got him. Where are we? We are here. Alright. So this is where I would normally do a lot of skipping. But, actually... because we have a leap, we can actually do that. I was worried about taking a bunch of lightning damage from the traps. But when you can do the leap, not a problem. Also, if at least one person in your party can do that, then you just pull this lever and drop the gate so that your other party members can just walk across the bridge. Of course, if you don't have party members, then you just don't drop the bridge, and then the guys can't chase you. So, opposite solutions to the same quest, depending on if you're soloing or not. Either let your people in, or keep their people out. Little bit of top-up healing. 6 remnants. Good to go. Fawn of Velcour. And dead. Cave entrance, and we are good to go.
The dank and gloom of the spiral gives way to fresh air.
Now, if you are in a party, be sure you remember who has the blood, because the one who picked up the blood at the very beginning of the quest is the one who has to talk to the guy to actually turn the blood in and end the quest. It's one of those things that you often don't think about, because most quests don't have that sort of mechanic. Just the quest ends whenever someone gets to the end. But in this case, you do very much need the person who grabbed the blood needs to be all the way at the end, and they need to be the one to talk. So, just keep that in mind. If you don't know what you're doing, probably don't grab the blood. We're going to go this way. We're going to take small falls, so we don't take a ton of fall damage, just a little bit of fall damage. Volcurum Crush. I don't know if it's worth casting buffs, because there's so many guys in here who purge buffs. We'll do it anyway, just because we have excess spell points. But it's one of those things that's like, probably doesn't matter that much.
Against the walls, and the air is filled with the incessant chittering of scorpion larvae.
There we go. Off we go. All right.
This aged skull is a Volcurum sanctum, blessed with blessing and newly hatched spawn.
All right. So we're being a little bit more respectful here by actually kind of stopping to kill things instead of running past and grouping them up. It's working out for us okay so far.
The scorpion tender turns away from his path and fixes a baleful stare.
Mark of loss. We took extra force damage. Oh, a little bit of lag. Which I'm seeing less and less these days. Like, that used to be a constant thing, but it's one of those things you don't really notice until it, like, pops back up. It's like, oh, we got a little bit of lag, and then it's like, wait, is that the first time I've noticed any sort of lag this stream? It's like, yes. It's like, huh. So much more stable than it used to be. Alright, so the Flame Strike from the caster, followed by the triple Reaper spawn, was a bit much. Like, we are now out of depravity to pop for temp health. So, that's not ideal. Because we did once again eat a 200 plus damage Flame Strike. So this is a little tricky, because this is one of those things where, like, you must pull both levers at the same time. This one in particular likes to mess with you, because there's a chest here. So it's just like, oh, I'm sorry. Did you want to pull both levers at the same time? How about instead I open that chest when you try to click to do a thing? Ah, I see. I don't know exactly what they were immune to. I think it's probably the blind. I don't think you can blind scorpions. Oh, maybe too slow? Yeah, too slow. Alright, start over. 3, 2, 1, go. You have to actually move before the channel finishes. Go. Bring this back up. Double. Spam, click. Alright. Go. We're now at full health and ready to fight the next set. Now, straight ahead would be the optional. We're going to skip the optional.
Rothspawn's Devil Red Carapace marks him one of Vulcan's projects.
That's famine. Double famine and plague. Fortunately, the tentacles took care of a lot of the crowd control. Oh look, another plague. Okay. So we have 3 spawnable core left to kill. And much like that last section, there are 3 little like force cage things. I might have been too slow on this. Nope, we got it. Just barely. So we did the one straight ahead. Then we have to head to the left and the right. Okay, good to go. Once more. Final one, and then we will be done with the Nectarian, at least for now. As I wanted to do the raids, but... Okay, well, there we go. Like, 12k and it took 6 minutes, it's like, that's okay. And then you look at the optionals, it's like, well, gives another 1,000-ish on optionals. So we got that.
The bottom of this immense cavern is home to the deadly Volcurin.
Alright, so now we turn these in to flag for... Technically not the raid, technically it's the pre-quest. And they changed how that worked a while back. Like, it used to be every time you wanted to run the raid, you had to run the pre-raid as well. And they changed that a while back. So now, once you run Demon Queen once... after that, you can just go straight to Zwabi's Revenge. Demon Queen being the pre-raid, and Zwabi's being the raid. So we turn these in, trade for the items that our Zwabi NPC wants. There we go. And then we go to our flagging. Then, you know, we could take level, because I don't think there are any more 11s that we want to run. And so that brings us to 12s. And in 12s, we've got Lord's March, mostly. Okay, so I think that we're going to go take 14. We're only going to have 1 point to spend, but that'll be good enough. Are there any groups for Demon Sands pre-raid? Myth Draenor, Seizing the Dawn, I know who done it. Right. Would you like to let me move, please? Thank you. As I was just saying, there isn't as much lag anymore, but the zoning lag is still definitely a thing. It's unfortunate, but, you know, I'd much rather have zoning lag than mid-combat lag. So if that was a choice or trade-off they made, then I'm fine with it. That's the next level as Warlock. We take Bluff, we take Concentration, we take Spellcraft. I don't need any more UMD. We already have more UMD than we could possibly need, so we'll drop it in Intimidate. Oh, what do we get for level 4 here? There's nothing really compelling here. I guess we'll take Lesser Globe of Invulnerability. What do we get? We get Paragon's Aegis, which is 1 to save. No, 5 Magic Resist. We get Arcane Lore. We get our skills. We get our 1 spell. Alright, we have 1 point to spend. Sorry, we have 2 points to spend. Which means we either get 1 more pack dice, or 3% crit chance on our blasts. We have 7 packed dice, which means 1 more is a 14% increase, even though that's not necessarily our... how am I going to put this? Meowdy Floss, how are we doing? I'm trying to make very important decisions that actually are not important at all. You'd go crit chance? Yeah, I was just trying to think about that. It's like a 14% increase to our pack damage to get the dice. But our pack damage isn't all of our damage. We've got our acid imbue, we've got everything else. See, I think crit chance is better at this point. I was rushing to 11 here so I could get Staunch again. So yeah, I think it's crit chance. I don't think we care about temp spell points for leveling. I don't really care about Supreme Hunger at the moment. I'll probably go Strong Pact, then Supreme Hunger, and then probably dump more in Tainted Scholar. You're trying to solo a few raids? Aha. Like old raids, or are you at cap trying to solo the capped raids? So where were we going? We were gonna see if maybe we would do Swabbies, but I don't know. I don't really want to do it. So we'll head to the 12s over here. Not in the 12, of course. We head to the 12s in Lord's March Plaza. Or not the 12. But we will continue on R4. Legend normal threats, old and new. Gonna try LH after dinner. Ooh. Is that the, See, I haven't done the new quests that much since I've just been constantly reincarnating. Is that the snake boss one or the dragon boss one? Because I know those are both newer raids that I haven't done much. Because again, I've been on the racial grind, so I haven't really been at cap to see things. Dracolich, Myth Granor.
Along the ridgeline, high above you, is a line of bamboo fencing.
That was, why did I think that was not a, I'm pretty sure I've done the Myth Granor one, haven't I? Because, like, it's with the mists and all, and... Because, like, there's the one where you have to deal with all the mists stuff. And then there's the one where, like, you enter through the big main chamber, and then you go around the back, and you have to kill a bunch of dudes, and kill a bunch more dudes, and there are portals, and so on and so forth. And then you're back in the main chamber, and in the main chamber, there's a, this big dragon thing that sets everyone, that makes melee hate their lives. But really, that seems to be most raids these days, are just very unfriendly to melee.
This must be where the Panthers make their den.
Why is my phone beeping at me?
The jungle
It's not time
canopy
for
gives
a
way to a shrub-filled
end of stream
clearing.
notification.
From the southwest comes the tang of salty sea air.
At least we have D-Door here. Make this quest much more convenient.
As the salty tang in the air grows stronger, you notice a bamboo bridge crossing the ravine.
I suppose soloing those raids is gonna get easier here coming up pretty soon. Because I believe...
The presence of the Drow.
I don't think I paid attention to the exact dates, but I thought that the next expansion was coming sometime this summer, and it would include a level cap bump. So, I don't know exactly when this summer is supposed to be. Like, is that July, or is that like August or September? But in either case, I know at some point this year we are planned for cap up to 36. And of course that just makes things easier to solo when you get whatever extra power boost there is from the gear that's coming out. Plus, you know, just 8 more points in Epic Destiny trees.
Through the brush ahead, you hear a guttural voice calling for death to intruders.
Well, actually, I'm just now noticing that my my music has stopped. Let me pull up this. Where is it? I guess we'll grab loot. Because we're gonna have to die, and then we'll release and have to run back. Okay, let me just switch what we're sharing here a second. Alright, so... Almost invisible and untargetable Fear Reaper was not on my bingo card for what was going to kill me. Oh, you can hear the audio for it, but not the... So, this happened earlier this stream. Let's see if you can spot the Fear Reaper. And then we'll release and have to run back. Wait for it. Unless, yeah, there aren't any shrines nearby. Actually, oh, did I not get it in this clip? But yeah, the almost invisible. Wrong one. Okay, all right. Fear Reaper was not on my bingo card. I couldn't see it beforehand. Okay, so you see the Plague Reaper. Plague Reaper's fine. Plague Reaper? A red name boss. See, there was a Fear Reaper. Not get hit by that because we were moving, which is nice, but we did take a bunch of damage. Where do you see it? There is a Fear Reaper. There it is. Look, a Fear Reaper. Almost invisible. Completely untargetable, unable to interact with, but stacking Fear Dot on us. Where? Yeah, see? See, it's right there. How could I miss it? You see the eyes glowing. Where is it? Yeah. So that was special. I'm gonna have to, see, there it is. Wait, I see a silhouette of one there. So yeah. That happened earlier this stream. Which is, you know, not ideal. Also, let's get our, Open this back up. Get our background music going again. There we go. Actually, we can do this. Probably won't work because there's going to be a Reaper or there's going to be a champ who can see invisibility, but it's worth giving it a shot. And we can put our displacement back up. And now it's not capturing. Why is it not capturing? There we go. Ah, the joys of streaming. Sometimes things just don't work. For no apparent reason. Bye, guys.
Crumbling ruins rest on the plateau above, while the stones
I'm actually surprised that I haven't pulled Dungeon Alert, because I swear some of these guys saw me already. Yeah, see? That guy saw me. He's gonna tell everyone else where I am. Alright, there's green Dungeon Alert.
from ahead, a rough voice barks out.
Right, so we want the Fear Reaper to teleport to us.
The war captain wishes to parley with the intruders.
Come on. Go. So, let's put up fire resist, just in case. I don't expect this fight to be hard, probably. The big trick is going to be if we eat a couple flame strikes for like hundreds of damage. And the fact that he has an annoyingly high amount of total health. I should probably switch off of cone shape to get better scaling too, but I'm not too worried. This does mean I don't get the optional XP for killing his guards before him, but I have had problems with getting burst damage down by flame strikes, hitting for like 250 each. Boom. Got him. What's this? What is this? Oh. Oh. Okay. Keeping my DMs. Okay. We're looting, and we're moving on. Okay. So, relatively straightforward in here. All inventory slots are full. Alright. We'll clear some inventory, and then we'll head to the next quest. Oh. Wait, did we do that whole fight while wearing a heal scroll? Because that fight went very smoothly for wearing a heal scroll as our main weapon. I guess it doesn't really matter that much, because it means we didn't have our Barovian Scepter on. But we still have our offhand, which is a Lamortia Orb with acid on it. So, as far as our damage output is concerned, that's the one that we actually care about more. It's like, we want our acid proc damage more than we care about the... It's a non-trivial amount of spell power that's on that weapon, but it's nothing like the power jump of the Lamortia Orb. Sell that stuff. Sell these random ones. Sell random scrolls. Oh, wait, no. Let's not sell the D-Door scrolls. Those are useful on lives where I don't have D-Door. Take that. Take that. Moving on up. Alright. We have a little bit more space now. Do we have Coin Lord's Favor that I could get even more space? We do. Let's just very quickly go and grab that, shall we? You know, now that I think about it, I should probably put that Fear Reaper thing in, like, the bug section on the forums and been like, hey, the hell is this? Alright, good. 20 more inventory slots. Just for going and talking to the guy, because we already put in the legwork for it. Now the question is, how fast can we do a bunch of killing of Minotaurs? The answer is, not as fast as I would like, probably, because we are continuing to go in on R4. So what is actually the spell power difference? So fire is 249 and evil is 227. Yeah. So it's like low 20s spell power, which isn't nothing, but if we still have our acid proc, we're good to go. Now, speaking of being good to go, we should probably buff. Yeah, what up? Death Ward 2. Death Ward's good. Rock hard evidence. Plague Reaper down. Notice me, senpai. I'm out here. I'm so vulnerable to being attacked. If only you could open that door and come out and attack me. I would be... like, I would be in such big trouble. It would be awful. You could easily kill me if you just opened this gate. It'll be awful. You can do it. I believe in you. I'm very scared. I'm so scared of you. So scared. The most scared. Ah, I didn't kill him in time. Oh well. I can't completely disrespect this and just charge everything all the time. Because, well, it is R4. And I am strong, but I'm not invulnerable. Placement back up, please, and thank you. Now control the runts, so we're not getting constant alarms. Family Reaper over there. That is choosing to melee us and hurting a lot. I find it funny that we do so much damage. Because it's just like, how much damage are we doing with this spell that does no damage? And the answer is a lot. Because the acid dot, the amount of damage it does, is based on the spell power of the spell you cast it with. So when we cast Greater Color Spray, it has all of our meta magics on it. So the acid does extra damage.
minotaurs pile out of the nearby buildings to see what's
Okay.
going on.
Now we've got wargs on us.
The sound of a warning bell echoes
You know,
down
I was
the
actually
streets.
pretty lucky that trap didn't hit us,
Minotaurs pile out of the
because
buildings
we're
to
not
see what's going
actually
on.
that durable against traps, so it could have really taken a huge chunk out of our health.
Your gifts are acceptable, says the Minotaur chieftain. But they will not be enough to hire my people as mercenaries. War is expensive.
Alright, good, we're out of combat.
Mercenaries? You misunderstand.
Okay, how are we on depravity? 17, so that's enough for 2 charges of getting all of our extra temp health. Yeah, there we go, just take a casual 300 damage. But we can heal it up while we wait for them to keep talking. So that's why we did it like that.
The chieftain nods sagely. You drive a hard bargain.
And these traps only fire once. So as long as you bait them the first time, you're good to go in the future. It's like constantly saying it's out of range. It's like, I'm just trying to put down some webs. Stop telling me it's out of range.
Horum, Thorngak, the Medusa ambassador calls out. The sound of a warning bell echoes down the streets.
Preemptive,
The
extra
sound
temp
of a
health.
warning bell echoes down the streets. More minotaurs pile out of the nearby buildings to see what's going on.
The shaman, I think, are my biggest concern because flame strikes. The fire part doesn't do much, but the bane part has been absolutely lighting me up. Okay. Let's see. Return to Doris is the only thing we have left to do, so I think... Let's see. We need to kill one more Minotaur for a little bit of optional XP. Boom. Oh, only 6 left? Okay. Well, maybe I can kill another 5. Never mind. I ran out. I am out of Minotaurs to kill. He'll be very disappointed in me. Alright. And we're good to go.
Doris is underwhelmed by your performance.
Yeah, 21k, 6 minutes.
Noise and not enough
Plus another, let's see. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Yeah, 2.5k from optionals. But we have come to the end of our second hour. So it is time for our hourly health and wellness break, where we take a break from just staring at screens the whole time to stand up, stretch, grab a drink, grab a snack, go to the bathroom, all that good stuff. So we're not just sitting here staring at screens. This will be 3 minutes. There will be no gameplay during this time. You will not miss anything. Feel free to take care of yourselves as well. We don't need to all be sitting here staring at things. So it'll be 3 minutes, and then we'll come back, we'll finish up this chain, and then we'll head over there for those level 12s. I'll see you in 3 minutes. Alright, we've returned. Hope everyone had a good break. We shall continue the R4 grinding. See how much further we can get. Got a little bit of time. We got a good chunk of time left. So, put up our buffs. I'm trying to think what damage we're going to get hit by. There are explosions and stuff in the hull, so we can probably put up this buff, this buff. I'm getting attacked sooner than I expected, which is very impolite of them. But it's okay. We make do. It's a champion infantry, but no big deal.
Chamber is strangely quiet.
Okay, so we speak with him. So we've got explosions from the kobolds in here that do fire damage, but we also, if there's fire damage going off, there is frost damage from the fire suppression system, which we should see pop in here. Or not. Okay. Oh, wait. I was just going to run past stuff, but I'm not going to try to run past the Carnage Reaper and let it just chase me down and kill me. We're not about that. Yeah, see, there we go. Oh, strongbox, already here. Very handy.
You find the stone to flesh salve you need inside the strongbox.
There we go. Now we need to grab the salve. Salve? Where is it? There it is. Put that on a hotkey. Now, it's really nice that they did this, and this is something they did actually like years ago. This salve used to have like a 30-second cooldown on it. It was, or like, it was actually quite long. Now it's got, you know, it's got that little cooldown on it. It's like, you know, at 3 or 4 seconds or so. So you can't spam it, but you no longer have to be like, no, really, we want multiple people in here, because otherwise we're just going to sit here waiting forever between these guys in order to just get them to not be stoned anymore. And I understand that for some people, like, just the difficulty of getting someone to not be stoned anymore can be a big deal. People are really attached to the stonedness. But sometimes you just gotta put your foot down and be like, no, I have this magic balm that will make you not stoned anymore. And if it's anything like Narcan, a lot of people really don't appreciate this. It's like, you were overdosing. It's like, yeah, but I was high, and now I'm not high, and I'm very upset about that. Have I personally experienced this? No. These are secondhand stories from, like, paramedics who administer this sort of stuff. And then it's just like, yeah, people don't tend to take kindly to suddenly being very awake and potentially very in pain, or now back to real life as opposed to wherever they were trying to escape from real life. Hi. Oh, that's a lot of damage. Okay. Yeah, that was a lot of damage, but it's fine. We got past it. You know, we'll come down here to free a couple more dudes. Or not. I may regret this decision if that Famine Reaper hits me with anything major. The good news is, blind, you might think it's like, oh, well, blind is mostly a thing for melee, so they don't hit you. But it also messes up the targeting of casters. Like, if it's something that's going to cast a cone spell, it might just cast that cone spell completely the wrong direction, because, well, it's blind. It does not know where you are. So there are some pretty positive effects to casting blind on really everything. It's really quite the slept-on form of crowd control. Granted, there aren't a ton of sources of it, because you've got like greater color spray, you've got some stuff in falconry that does a blind, you've got some stuff like sleet storm does a blind, but sleet storm's not as usable, especially because it can be a little bit problematic for allies if they don't have freedom of movement, or even if they do have freedom of movement and they just don't like the general look of it. Because even if you're not completely blinded by the spell effects, because you can be, that's definitely a thing, it still has that like blue tint stuff going on. For some reason, I thought there were like 2 or 3 guys here that I could unstone. Because I'm close enough to having them done. That I kind of want to finish up and get the bonus for our optional. But because I don't normally do it, I don't actually know the location of all of the statuified guards. Besides that, I know I skipped some in the beginning. So I guess we're just gonna do all the optionals here. It's like, oh, a champion's charging at me. Have we considered tentacles? Tentacles are well known in various genres to lay down even the mightiest of warrior, who is so strong against so many other things that simply could not handle being hit by tentacles. I guess it's just something to do with how the saves work out. Oh, actually, I had an interesting exchange with someone at something I went to the other day. So there was the topic of fitness came up, and I mentioned, it's like, yeah, I'm looking to get a little bit more fit. And he's like, yeah, okay, yeah, walking 45 minutes a day, and and no simple carbs because they get stored as fat. And that took me aback for a minute. One, because there's nothing wrong with walking, but giving a very specific number of the amount is a little odd. But the thing that took me aback more was like, this wasn't an exchange that happened online. This was in person. So he was standing there in front of me, looking at me, and the first thing that came to his mind when looking at me and thinking of fitness was weight loss. How to make sure I'm not storing these extra, these carbs as fat. You can't tell as much because I'm sitting down here, but for reference, I am 6 feet tall, and last I checked, weigh 150 pounds. If someone can look at me and their first thought to fitness is weight loss, I can only imagine what happens to anyone who is, not ridiculously skinny. Every time someone mentions anything about fitness, it's just like all concentrated. It's just like weight loss is the only kind of fitness you need to be thinking about. Like, come on, guy. If you can look at me and think that weight is my primary concern, you are, like, very, very confused. Which is funny, because this is a guy who, just based on his physique, is clearly put in a lot of work. So he's put in the time, and he's put in the effort, and he has not put in the thought, I guess. Or maybe this is that whole bro science thing that I've heard people talk about. Just like, I feel like you've gotten some half-truths that you're taking as whole truths. And you're just not paying attention to other things.
The invaders tunneled under the city walls.
Twitch, why have you suddenly stopped showing me some timers? I was using those timers. Dangerously unstable? Have you been reading my dating profile? Ooh, a fungus. Oh, wait.
The tunnel collapses, crushing everything inside. No more Droam troops will
Okay.
enter the palace by this route.
Well, I might just be like one off on statued guards to save. Because I think there are 2 in the final room, in the boss chamber, which means I will be short by 1. Unless there's one here? No? Okay. Alright. Unfortunate. We spent some extra time to free the guards, but we didn't spend enough extra time, so we did not get all of the extra guards.
This chamber appears to be some sort of maintenance room.
I'm gonna switch to colors for the fight.
Filled with rushing water lies beneath the grate. You could fit into the tunnel. Hestis the Medusa stands before you. She seems unconcerned on the surface, but her snakes hiss and glare in your direction.
You know, let's preemptively put up some temp health. That's what I was worried about. It's just like, she's not looking at me, I can hit her. It's just like, no. While she's attacking other things, you can't trust it, because she might just turn on you.
The Medusa falls, dooming Droam's attack on the
Alright.
palace to failure.
We once again took a big shot of damage.
Their plans for now, but the monster nation will surely return to threaten Stormreach again.
What makes it a monster nation? Like, what makes the Droam and these, let's see, that's an orc? Like, what makes them less of a nation than the various other races? Because orcs are just straight up humanoids. Right? Like, they get hit by hold person, not hold monster. Well, I guess they get hit by both, but like, monstrous humanoids, I'm thinking like more like trolls. Are we just hating on them to hate? Because, I mean, I guess if they've been constantly trying to invade, then maybe not. The problem isn't that they're monsters, but the problem is that they're constantly attacking us. Which, you know, that's a fair complaint. Just like, why do you call us monsters? It's like, you keep trying to invade us. If you could stop attacking us, maybe we would treat you differently. Alright. In we go. Let's see, what resist do we want to put on in here? Well, I know I'm going to have to fight a fire guy. I should probably put up electric resist 2 for the last bit. Let's turn off our wings while we do the puzzle, just so that they're not blocking our view. 1, 2, 3. How many licks does it take to get to the center of the puzzle? 2, 3, 4. Alright. And the last one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 5. Hooray! And we can put our wings back on. Oh, Twitch decided that now it wants to show me the outputs again. That was nice of it. I need to remember to use my tentacles more often. I have a tendency to not use the tentacles because it has a fairly long cooldown, so it's just like, but then I don't have them for the next fight. It's like, yeah. And... You didn't... If you don't use them, then you don't have them for this fight either. You just gotta... You can never use your resources for anything at all, ever. Otherwise, you won't have them later. And later is the important one. Like this one, you know, you can get by, but next time might be different.
Smoke and ash fill the air as an efreet manifests into the chamber.
Yep, you're immune to fire, but you know what you're not immune to? Acid and evil. And now that we're actually in our primary tree, by which I mean we're actually in Soul Eater, we're way better at single target than we were before we swapped. Because now we have all those debuffs going for us. Now, unlike Tentacles, Greater Color Spray has a quite short cooldown, so I should be using that a lot more aggressively. Like, we're not going to have Tentacles available for this group. The group with the Triple Reaper in it. That we preemptively tried to give ourselves some protection against, but did not need to, apparently. Apparently that particular set of 3 Reapers just wanted to be very nice to us and not deal any damage. Did we pull all the levers? We did! Hooray! Let's see. They appear to be immune to acid, or some of them are immune to acid at least. So if we were playing on a slightly lower difficulty level, we would be grouping these things together and AoEing them all down. But we've chosen to play at a difficulty level where we want to take a little bit of caution. Not a ton. Not a ton of caution. We don't need to be super paranoid. We just need to... like, to not do anything too dumb. Oh, there's a Fear Reaper there. Excellent, it didn't make it saves. But it doesn't need to make it saves in order to put the dot up. Red salad. Like, wait, why only 30 instead of 50? The answer is, because we still had a debuff on us.
A menacing voice seems to echo from everywhere at once.
The eye is a doorway into Kithri itself.
Okay, if we do that, we put up our temp health preemptively.
So great a prize would be easily won.
Yeah.
Children, time to feast.
Wait, is he dancing? Did I hit him with something off of, off of Colors of the Queen, since I swapped to colors from, instead of fast healing, because healing isn't doing a ton for me right now. Just based on the difficulty I'm in. It is nice that even if they are immune to the damage type of Stricken and Consume, they still take the debuffs. Malleable scepter of something or other?
Unstable artifact.
Devotion. Not really what I cared about.
University researchers as soon as possible.
But still, these are pretty nice. 6 minutes for like 16, 18k. Oh, I thought we had another point. Maybe after this one. I know whodunit is a weird one, because it can either be very fast or quite slow. Depends a lot on luck. So we'll see if we can get lucky this time. We'll put up resist fire, why not?
You learn that the levitating stone, known as the Eye of Serania, the artifact you were sent to find, was stolen last night.
There we go.
Your employer,
Snitch.
According to Caleb, Clarissa
All right.
Oromar made her fortune as a burglar and an antiques collector. That is a conveniently specific set of skills.
Alright. Union member?
The conversation with a workers' union member casts doubt on Bernadotte's interest in helping.
Diary. Okay.
The veteran's diary describes Danis Derpinshire as a compassionate and tireless volunteer who can do no wrong and whose every word captivates the congregation a little too much. Danis has a lot of fans who never question.
Alright, well, we just took a couple melees for like 100 each. Nothing special in here. Mm-hmm. Come on. Aggro me. How convenient. Now, you don't need to fight them if you have enough search to find the lever. But if you don't have enough search to find the lever, well, you just need to kill those dudes, and then the lever shows up. Is that a Fear Reaper? Perhaps I shouldn't have jumped into the middle of everything. Like, it seems to have worked out for us, but that could have gone pretty wrong pretty quickly. Well, there's still opportunity. It might still go wrong on us. But they failed their saves, so we're good. As long as everyone fails their saves and gets crowd controlled, we're fine. Group everything up. Global footprints.
There are kobold footprints all over this place.
Oh.
To something.
Can we search this way?
They're finkleberries.
Alright. Pamphlet.
The violent undertones of this pamphlet make this union seem less like advocates for better wages and a safer work environment.
It is really unfortunate that we're getting evidence evenly against everyone.
What has Bernadette
Which is, as I mentioned earlier, about sometimes this could be really fast and sometimes it's really slow. Really fast would be is like you get 3 pieces of evidence, they're all against the same person, you go and accuse them and they were the right person, and then you're like, you're just done. Like, you got it. But alas, it's not the case this time. feather.
This feather may have belonged to Danis Derbyshire. He's the only radiant idol you've seen around. Is someone framing this poor soul? Or is he not so innocent after all?
Alright. We're gonna go around, we're gonna pull all these levers. See what we can see. Anything? Nope. Any clues in here? Looks like no clues in here. Daphne's gonna be so disappointed. Come on. Actually search, please. There we go. Ooh, a halfling corpse.
Some snitches get stitches, and others die in ditches. Looks like the Boromar clan has got some bite to go with that bark.
Okay. How we doing? Why does that flame strike do none and the other flame strikes are hitting me for like a third of my health? Remnants. Bench pack. That's where we came in. We didn't hit this corner, it looks like. We did, but we didn't hit this corner? Okay, very odd. I'm just getting messed up by how stuff appears on the map. But we're gonna head out. Up we go. Now, we haven't gone to the loud kobold section yet. But yeah, see, we're getting it very evenly. 3, 2, 2, 2. The worst possible way to get it. But it is fine. Oh.
The worker's testimony reveals that only Danis, the foreman, knew how to disable the security mechanisms around the Eye of Serania. It may be a good time to question Danis. Perhaps he'll let slip
This one, Danis? It is. Alright.
At the command of the Radiant Idol, Nov draws weapons and turns on them.
There we go. You're surrounded by raving fans in your congregation.
Danis calls out to Zolkis. A tiefling appears out of nowhere and conjures a magical portal, which the pair use to make their escape.
There's the key. And it is the correct one. Eye of Serania. Thank you very much. Yeah, almost 9 minutes. Pretty slow, since I've done this quest in like 2.5 before, if you get really lucky with it. But also not the worst, because we still could have gotten... Actually, no. It was pretty bad. Like, if that last piece of evidence we got had been against Aethor, then that would have been almost worth... No. Because the trick is that just because you get down to this threshold when you can accuse them of where there's one piece of evidence left that you haven't gotten, you don't always actually accuse the right person at that point. it's not guaranteed. So it was possible that when I accused Danis, it was like you end up fighting him, but he's not actually the one who had the eye. Now we get our extra pack dice. Right. Seizing the Dawn could be a little rough on us. All the random light damage can really mess you up.
Is reported to be somewhere within this network of twisting desert canyons. Now the hunt for the artifact truly begins. Something glinting in the back corner of the cavern catches your eye.
It is nice how
Found the first crest.
this one actually tracks the crests. Because there are some other quests where you need crests. Right. There are some other quests where you need crests, and they're not actually tracked in the like quest objective trackers. Like I'm mostly thinking of the quest in Sharn 2, where it's just kind of tradition that as everyone grabs crests, they're like type like 1, 2, 3, 4 in chat,
The sunlight here feels much stronger than you'd expect.
because
The rock
you need the 4 crests to advance,
sturdy enough to climb.
but they don't show up as objectives. Alright, so let's just double check there isn't one up here. There is not. Okay, cool. I only have 2. I'll be back for you later, okay? Enjoy a little bit of just like chip damage before then. Right, we target the Shield Guardian. There we go. 2 crests left.
The laugh-like hoots of hyenas come from the tunnel ahead.
Is there one in the pool? No? There's always one in this pool.
The surface of the underground pool begins to ripple as you approach. Then the pool turns as an elemental flows up and attacks.
Yeah.
The elemental
Just casually smacked me for like 100 damage. No big deal.
protecting the pool fades.
I guess I should have put up resistance to cold. It looks like there is not one in here. I'm betting that there are actually just a fixed number of layouts. Where like, as soon as you see one crest at a certain location, then you know the locations of the others. Like, they're not all randomized. It's just like, there are 10 spots, and there are only 3 possible combinations that stuff can spawn in. Like, there's a good chance that that's how it's been done. But I haven't put in the effort to just chain run this quest enough times to get a reasonable sample of that. I suppose I should check the wiki. Wiki's a good place to go when you suspect something might operate a certain way, but you don't know. There's a good chance that someone else has already done the research. Aha, a crest.
You notice the motionless form of an elf crumpled upon the rocks below.
I think it's faster to take the D-door back, but I'm not actually sure. Also, this means we get to solve this puzzle, which is not super complex, but it's... I think there are like 3 possible solutions, but they're all similar enough that you can use the same general strategy. So step 1,
A faint humming sensation coming
put
from
in the
device
sockets.
in this chamber.
Step 2, hit each of these and watch how stuff moves. Alright, so this is left split, right split, left 2, right 2. Boom.
Last orb
So the reason that we are able to do that, well, besides the fact that we just kind of failed and now we need to kill some scorpions from this ambush, is that one of the solutions is hit every button once, and the other solutions are hit every button once and then hit another button a second time. So that's why we looked at it as we hit the buttons. So we knew that when we got to the end, we would know which one still needed to be hit again. So we looked at it, and it was just like, okay, well this moves these, this moves these, this moves those, this moves those. And then at the end, you're like, all right, I hit everything once. What is out of position? Ah, those are out of position. That was the third button. And so we pushed them. Also, our music appears to have stopped. Alright. Let's see if invisibility gets us through here. I don't think it will. There's too much stuff that has the invisibility. But we can try.
Everything is strangely clean. Someone or something is caring for this place. You hear the sound of heavy footfalls echoing down the tiled halls.
Alright. No. I'm going to be having a difficult enough time killing this thing because it has such resists. I don't need the dungeon alert that's going to give it even more resists. I also need that Mark of Law to be very much better.
For many long years, this place relied upon secrecy to protect the eye. That time has clearly passed.
And then the Plague Reaper just absolutely annihilates me. Yeah, that's why we're strafing, so that you don't hit us with that flame strike. More temp health, please. Thank you. Grab the eye. And since we still have stuff out there that's trying to attack us, we're taking the easy way out. Alright, another long one. Are we on time? We're good on time. This is another one that I'm fine as long as I don't get lost. And you might think, well, that's kind of a tautology. Of course you're fine as long as you don't get lost. It's like, as long as I'm not lost, I'm not lost. But what I mean is, I know the route through. And as long as I am on the route, I'm good. If at some point I deviate from the route, I am less able to find it again. Right. We hit this, that, and that. So this puzzle is fairly straightforward. You need to do all four corners, but you need to handle the one in the middle a little differently. So it's like, if you just hit the ones on the corners, then you're gonna flip the middle one 4 times and it won't be correct because you need to flip it an odd number of times. But if you hit the other things on the triangle, like not the one in the very corner, then it just does the 3 in the corner. So, you know, for 3 of them, you just do the 3 in the corner, and then the last one, you do the corner plus the middle. Yeah, we definitely need to turn off the acid for that guy. Heals way too much. Like, they don't even... That wasn't healing 1-to-1 on damage. He was probably healing like 2-to-1 on damage. We go all the way down,
Defeat them? How exciting!
and we gotta go back up.
Come find me if you must. If you're able to reach
What?
the Twilight
Why did we
Chapel,
not make that jump?
You might be able to save the monks. Or you might sink into eternal sleep.
The floor gives way. You plunge down into a shaft.
This way, we go this way, we go this way,
You hear
and this way.
God's clarion voice echo around you.
A pity to watch you fall so far.
Alright, we're just gonna keep moving. There's too many of these guys who are healed by acid, and I don't want to deal with them. So we're just not gonna deal with them. Oh look, hi. And in case we fall back down again, oh, I definitely hit jump there, but I messed it up. I like bonked on something, or I didn't properly handle coyote time. If you're wondering, it's like, coyote time? What the hell is coyote time? Coyote time is a concept in I definitely killed this guy. A concept in platformers where you don't actually start falling until you're quite far over the edge. So named after, like, the Lode Runner and Coyote, where there's a whole shtick of, like, you don't fall until you look down. And you can see this a lot in platformers, where what happens is, when you're gonna try to do a jump and you can just barely make it, what actually happens is that oftentimes, technically your sprite is off the edge of that platform, but like it hasn't actually taken effect yet. Like you can still jump even though your foot is technically not on the platform anymore.
After the quarry vanished, you notice dead bodies on the floor. It appears that the cultists of the Hidden Hand have
Enter the
tried
dream.
and failed
But in this case, it's just
to
like,
infiltrate the monastery.
you can kind of talk about it with sprite hitboxes, especially we're talking like 2D platformer sort of stuff, where like your hitbox is just a box around the sprite. So based on the walking animation, if you get all the way to the edge of a platform, your like the box around your character that is your hitbox might still be on the platform, but where your feet are in the walking animation might be completely floating over the pit. And the funny thing is that the amount of coyote time you get changes from game to game, but it does make games that just skip the concept entirely feel very, very punishing. Because you're so used to, like, having that extra leeway, and then once it's not there, it's like, wait, hold on. Why do I keep falling so much? Like, well... Okay, so if I have the acid orb on, I can't kill the acid ones. But if I don't have the acid orb on, I can't kill the fire ones. So we're just going to have to actually use our weapon swaps, which is fine. I was just considering, like, alright, well, maybe I just never wear the acid orb and don't have to deal with it. But then I just discovered, it's like, wait, no, then the fire ones never die. Alright, so we kill all the other stuff.
From this vantage point,
Oh.
you can clearly see the courtyard below, as well as two other doors.
Right, stay awake, I think. I think that one's the bait. Yeah. There's the crest. That one's bait. You don't go for that one. We skip that one. We go this way. No, we're just going to hit you with the evil damage. There we go. This is the one we take. Also, being a Reaper, this quest heals us a ton. Because for anyone who is unaware of this bug mechanic, this thing the game does is when you go through any sort of zone transition in a Reaper quest, you get healed for an amount equal to the extra health you had when you go into Reaper, which in my case is a lot because I have a lot of Reaper points. Also, you restore mana, but there's less Reaper less Reaper mana available than there is Reaper health. So I should get, I think, 50 back. So it'll be like 1190. Yeah. So yeah, however much I've got, 25 times 8 is 200 plus another 150. Yeah, so I should be getting healed like 350-ish every time we switch which side we're on. Which is really nice. It means I don't have to deal with any sort of touch-up healing.
Overlooking the Twilight Chapel. Yet you cannot simply drop down. The room is blocked by a magic barrier.
Down we go.
Alas, so near and yet so far. If you ever hope to reach me, you will need to choose between the two trials I have prepared for you.
The eye's voice fades, and the vines blocking your path forward disappear.
Alright, time to do the puzzle.
So, this is what you chose?
Very interesting.
Let's see how you fare.
That goes up, that goes up, that goes there.
The
Got him.
last tile turns into position. Power flows into the signal crystal on the wall, dispelling the barrier atop the Twilight Chapel.
I think I need to use the altar again. I'm not 100% sure though. Yeah, we definitely need to use this altar again. It's been a bit since I did this. There we go. Come on, turn. There we go. And down we go. I said down we go.
You drop down into the Twilight
Not,
Chapel.
let's get caught on the ceiling.
Mother Asher's
Well, not the ceiling, the chandelier, which is hung from the ceiling.
lies next to the eye of Dalcor.
For years I have lulled these mortals to sleep. Years during which they believed they kept me contained. When
Technically, you are contained. Like, you're still here, aren't you?
containing them inside a calm illusion. And yet you still wish to shake them away?
Resist energy fire. Up to 70 fire resist. Very nice.
It would be such a shame to rip them away from their happiness.
Mm-hmm.
Pull them back into this world with all its grim chaos. If that is truly what would bring you peace, I will oblige you. But if you believe these trifling illusions
Come
might show
on.
strength, prepare to be disappointed.
I'm not disappointed. I was prepared to be disappointed, but I don't find this disappointing at all.
Powerful to resist. When you rise, you hear the eye of Dalcor's chilling voice.
One last challenge left. One final trial.
Okay.
As
The champ doing poison damage is the only thing that hurts, but it hurts a lot. I think we're just dead here. Yeah. For some reason, it lived so long. Like, I swear I was shooting it, but I saw it there at a sliver of health, just stacking the poison dot on us. Okay, I think the strategy here, like, because there are two options here. One, we try to finish out, and just finish the quest in the 1 minute we have on Gibbers. The other option is to de-door and hit a shrine. We're gonna go the greed route.
vast illusion the Eye of Dalquor has crafted for you. Then something snaps in your mind, and you're jolted awake. As you blink awake,
Alright.
the Eye of
I couldn't
Dalquor
target it at first, and I was a
sounds.
little concerned that it's just like, oh no, it's gonna talk for a full minute.
Despite the challenges I have thrown at you, here you stand.
Right.
I suppose my reign over this monastery has come to an
It
end.
interrupts my...
Reigned of
I
power
typed
and
/death to try to die,
for
and the damage we took from Gibbers rotting
you
interrupted our own
managed to
death.
break the spell and
That is rude as
free these
hell.
monks of their
How
peaceful
dare you.
sleep. Yet
You'll
I
die when I tell you to die.
and I still dare to dream.
Now that the Eye of
Alright,
Dalquor's
so
magic is
that
weakened,
does
the monks
bring us to the
will
end of the 12s I think we're going to do. So, there aren't a ton of other 12s. We're going to take a look at them real quick. So, what other adventures do we have that are base level 12? We've got Zwabi's Revenge Raid. We have Invaders that we're definitely not doing. We have Necro 3 Capstone. We're not doing that one. And we have Relic of a Sovereign Past. It is time to move on to 13s. Which shall we do first? Because there are a lot of 13s that we can do. There's Myth Draenor that we can do. There is Giant Hold, obviously, is very nice. And there are the Lord's March 13s, the second half of the Diplomatic Impunity chain. I think we're going to go for Giant Hold. Giant Hold, I think, fits the time window we want. Like, Myth Draenor is probably going to take us a little bit longer than we want to be actually streaming. But Giant Hold should work out quite well if we're just doing the 13s. Grab that. We have one action point left. I can put it in Feigned Health, or I can put it in more damage on Consume and Stricken. We'll go for the Feigned Health. So we'll now get the full 46 Charisma. We want to go to... where did we say we're going? Giant Hold, actually. Ruins of Giant Hold. So we'll go around and we'll grab the quests for the 14s. But the plan is to just do the 13s. Means we also will have the teleporters ready for when we want to come back and do the 14s. How are we on inventory space? 31 spaces. That's fine. That's more than enough. Oops, wrong one. I targeted the wrong side of the door. So if you didn't know how this works, you can actually, if you're tab targeting, you can hit both sides of this portal. So if you're outside and trying to get in, but you keep targeting Ruins of Giant Hold, you'll just keep teleporting yourself back outside. And vice versa. If you're inside and you are targeting the Giant Hold side, not the Ruins of Giant Hold side, you'll just keep teleporting yourself back inside. So if you've ever been like, quote unquote, bugged there, and like I know before I learned this, at least once, I was like, I don't know, I guess I'm bugged, I'll restart. And restarting, well, it worked after I restarted, so clearly that proved that I was right, that a restart was what was needed. Except, now I know better. A restart was in fact not what was needed. I just needed to target the right side of the portal. Now, the fact that you can target the wrong side of the portal is kind of a bug on its own, but it's a different kind of bug. So, we make do. Now, let's see. What in here can kill us? Well, there are some casters who can cast Disintegrate. There are also some traps that can really put a hurting on us. But we'll make do with what we can. we're gonna stay to the left here, because there's a trap on the floor there sometimes. Not all the time, but sometimes. You also can't run past and skip that guy. If you run past and try to skip that guy, you can't complete the quest. He is required for the quest. Now, the other question that we have to ask ourselves for this quest is, do we feel lucky? So, you may have just noticed that I don't know if we were going to be completely dead there if we hadn't put up temp health, but that trap did hit us for like 400. Which is, survey says, a lot. Alright, we count as out of contact. We should double heal ourselves, get ourselves close to full. Alright, so we're also not getting lucky on finding the dude. Because he's always in one of these 4 rooms. Which one? It's random. So sometimes he's in the first room and it's very easy. You just walk in, kill him, and leave. And sometimes he's in the 4th room and you've just gotta make do and go through all of them. There we go. Yes, I know I'm kiting backwards, by which I mean forwards, into guys. Please do not trip me. That would be not very cool of you. Okay. Just killing all these guys. There can also be traps here. It's like, ooh, that's a Carnage Reaper, but it is a crowd-controlled Carnage Reaper, which is in fact my favorite kind of Carnage Reaper. How many does that hit? All of them? Ooh, I thought I'd only hit like 3 or 4 of them. Very convenient that we got all of them. So, I forget which guys in here cast the Disintegrate. Like, whether it's the Hierarchs or something else. Obviously, it's not these guys, like the Eviscerators. These are melee guys. I don't think it's the Bone Knitters either. I think those are the healers. But we'll find out here. We'll find out once one of them hits me with a Disintegrate, and I'll roll a 1, and I will immediately explode. We'll use one more. And we'll pop our temp health beforehand, just in case.
You enter into another wing that has been converted into making you approach Zekir as he charges toward you.
So much damage from the Plague Reaper.
As Zekir drops to the ground, you hear a soft metal clank.
Okay. I thought maybe there would be more following, but oh, it looks like we're about to get an ad. Did not plan properly. So we will pause right now for the ad break. So you won't miss anything. We're not gonna keep playing while the ads play. we will take a health and wellness break, as we always do. Get up, stretch, grab a drink, grab a snack, do all of that good stuff. And it'll last about 3 minutes, and after that we'll get back and we'll finish out Feast or Famine, and then we'll proceed with the rest of Giant Hold. So I'll see you in about 3 minutes. All right, we're back. I hope everyone had a good break. I know I did. But it is time to conquer Giant Hold. Or, well, technically only the level 13s in Giant Hold. Let's see if anything noticed us there. No? Excellent. It's rooms like this that I wish I had which I had what? Like single target insta-kill spells. Alright, there we go. 27 minutes. Oh, sorry, 27,000 XP. And 10 minutes, of which like 4 were break time.
This hideaway may keep the orcs safe, but there is no land.
So off we go.
Kind.
And we're gonna skip. What is that? We're gonna skip the Crucible. We're gonna skip Cabal for 1, and we're gonna head down. We're gonna hit Trolls. We're gonna. We're gonna head down. We're gonna get the teleport for Storm's Heart. We're gonna go back to town, and we're gonna get a hireling because we need a hireling in order to get through the maze. So this is a lack of foresight on my part. They took it along with the skin, but we will be back at some point. So for now, we're gonna grab the teleport point. We're going to D-door so we're not under attack, and then, and only then, will we return to town and grab ourselves a hireling. So, boom. Stormheart location. Got it. This does not return us to town, it returns us to the last quest we were at. So that's how D-door works. D-door returns you to the last location that you... No, not to the last location. To where you entered the current map. So if I had entered it from town, it would have returned me to right outside town. But I entered, in this case, from exiting that dungeon. So it returns us to the entrance of that dungeon. Right, where is Tanya? Hello, Tanya. Tanya. Alright, take me to Storm's Heart, please. Thank you very much. We have returned. And we can get on with it. So, off we go. Any names, dudes? Name dudes? No name dudes? Alright, no name dudes. We are cooking.
I see the terror of our history when I look upon this battlefield. Giants have done great evil. I feel it in my gut. I fear we will do evil
I think I'm gonna put resist acid as well, based on some of the stuff we fight in here. One that's immune to Eldritch Blast. Quite annoying. Oh. Seribot got someone. Good job, bot. With all the stuff that's like Gen AI and whatnot, sometimes you just need a nice standard purpose-built bot. It doesn't have any general AI required. It's just gonna be like, yep, that's spam. You get to get banned. Plague Reaper is now dead. Excellent. And off we go. Off we go. Gonna have to turn off our Eldritch Blast again because these doors are immune to blasting. Which is a little bit problematic for me. Off we go. How are we doing here? Well, we got some... Hold up. What is this? Why did I just take a bunch of... No. No. We're not taking status damage. We are healing our status damage. Thank you very, very much. Is there another door here that I'm going to have to turn off my blasting for? I think there is. Very annoying about this quest. It used to be a problem for ranged characters as well. that you wouldn't be able to actually break those if you were ranged. You would have to take off your weapon, switch to a melee weapon, and then hit them. They changed that years and years ago. But some doors are still immune to eldritch blasting, which is an inconvenience, shall we say. Oh, something just smacked me for like 150 damage. Just random light spell. Oh, this was the wrong direction. Alright, buddy. Hi. Get crowd controlled, nerd.
Second Blackheart general has been slain.
A little bit of invisibility. Just to make this more convenient for me. If I can come all the way over here before they start attacking me.
Final general falls. You hear the unmistakable click of a door opening.
Yep. Plague Reaper gets crowd controlled, which means I don't take a ridiculous amount of damage from it. I have taken a ton of damage, because in these quests, Plague Reapers are meleeing me for, I want to say, about 150 a shot. Which means if they don't die fast or get crowd controlled fast, I'm in trouble. I get in trouble very, very quickly. We put down the crowd control, even though I know this guy's immune to it, because it kind of keeps everyone else at bay while we figure this dude out. Kind of funny that we're a little behind on XP, because we are actually at this point running under level. These quests are base level 13, which means you should be running them, at level 15. But we are just now eligible to take 15, which is fine, because what we can do next time, we're not going to have time for it tonight, but after the Giant Hold 13s, we can hit up, say, all of Myth Draenor, which will be more than enough to catch us up, hopefully, probably. Maybe not, but we will find out. And even if it doesn't, there are still more 13s to do with the second half of the Lord's March chain. So we put up our buffs. Set them to passive because we don't want them randomly running in and dying. The good news is if they do run in and die, I do have res scrolls. So I can have them handle that. Follow. Stay. So if you didn't know this, that first lever also changes these doors. You don't need to go down there at all. So, fun facts there. Hi. That's Famine Reaper. Reapers get prioritized, but also the Mystics can cast some spells that'll hurt us a bunch. I gotta say, the experiment to actually just like see, okay, how good are these actual orbs from Lamortia really? The answer is, really, really good. Like, incredibly good. Super powerful. And it's really nice because there's so many things that just don't work properly with Eldritch Blast. Like, so many things, especially in Epic Destinies, they're like, well, they're on spellcast. And Eldritch Blast isn't casting spells, so they just don't work. It's like, well, it really limits your build potential when most of the stuff in Epic Destinies straight up doesn't do anything. There we go, Plague Reaper hits us for like 170 the first time, 150 the second time. Fortunately, the second time it does not save from the what? From the crowd control. There we go. We made the jump on our first try. Good job, us. I hear something casting at me, which is why I can't heal effectively. We're still in combat with something. But it is time to fight the boss. Yeah. Boss here is not particularly troublesome. Toss another heal. Glassjaws, welcome in. How was your stream? We are doing some R4 leveling. I hope everything went well for you. What were you up to? It was decent? Sorry, not a big raid? No! I mean, and I can make this very clear. It's like, my average viewership is somewhere between 1 and 3. And sometimes I raid. And so raids of any size are appreciated because you took the time to go and at least pick someone for raiding at all in the first place. Also, a Plague Reaper is kicking my ass right now. One moment, please. But yes, it is going well. We are successfully doing our R4 stuff. We have died a couple times, but we have gibbersed our way out of trouble an equal number of times. One of the times we died was to a half-invisible, completely untargetable Fear Reaper. Just like, excuse me, game, what? It reminded me of one of the hardcore seasons with the dogs, where I had a near death on one of those, where there was a dog that it only like half spawned in. So it was there, but it wasn't targetable, but it was putting up its stacking dot. So that was rough. We took a death to, there was a champ of the type that puts the stacking poison damage on. I didn't see it soon enough and got 5 full stacks of the poison damage incoming. When they hit the water too, yeah, that was a thing. One we just got burst down by, there were a couple casters, and each flame strike that landed was doing like 200 damage. Well, it was like 220-ish Bane damage per hit. Which, I mean, yeah, I've got over 600 health, but they can spam cast that, so yeah, it did not go that well. Yes, we are making our way through our Giant Hold 13s. We're doing pretty well so far. It is technically our first time playing an Acolyte of the Skin Warlock. However, we have 0 points in the Acolyte of the Skin tree. We're just playing like a normal Blaster Warlock. It is what it is. Before level 12, we did have stuff in the Acolyte of the Skin tree just to, like, try out various things. Like, before level 12, it was just like, alright, we'll do chain shape, we'll grab the extra fire spell power from Acolyte of the Skin, it'll be fine. And it was fine. But then, when I hit 12, and I wanted the T5s out of Soul Eater, it's just like, well, now I'm going to be deep in Soul Eater, and I want my Greater Color Spray, and I want my extra dice out of Tainted Scholar. I don't know if Acolyte actually sucks, or it's just that the other trees already synergize so well with each other. Like, you get all the nice debuffing stuff out of Tainted Scholar, or out of Soul Eater, and then Tainted Scholar has your dice in it. So, yeah. Oh, the IPS beam is horrible? Oh, I wasn't even trying to use the beam. I was just going for some of the other stuff in the tree, like the extra firepower, the permanent shield before I went into Fadark, things like that.
In these statues, they are eroded, as
Dang.
are we. We have become
Kind of need a smoke break?
wicked and worthless.
No, wait.
This world
Wrong.
would be
Okay.
better off without us.
Wish the demon form had been cool. Is that the T5 that gets you your fire immunity? Because I know it was used for certain raid tanking, like cheese mechanics. But I don't know too much about it. Let's see. We want to put up resist fire and resist acid. No, resist acid. Oh, yeah, there it is. It went up. Actually, you know what? We're going to put up resist sonic too, just in case of that trap. I know there are certain parts of the internet who they really can't resist sonic at all. It's very popular. Okay, I wasn't sure if Greater Color Spray would have the vertical reach to get them. Off we go. That's Plague Reaper, and I just used Greater Color Spray, which is the only crowd control I have that works on Reapers. Of course, if the Greater Color Spray hits for 850 damage, we're good. And you might be thinking, but you're not on Wild Mage. Greater Color Spray shouldn't hit for anything. And, you know, you'd think that. But it turns out that because it is technically able to deal damage, it actually works with the Lamortia acid dot stuff. So it actually hits quite hard because the acid dot stuff, the amount of damage it does is based off of the spell power of the spell that was cast to apply it. And I can turn full meta magics on for my what? For Greater Color Spray, so the acid from it hits very, very hard. Carnage Reaper got crowd control. It's nice, yes. See, this is actually the first life I've done where I've used a Lamortia acid weapon. I kind of did it just because I was in Lamortia anyway, and it's just like, I've heard this is good, let's give it a shot. And then it turns out it is it's not just good, it is ridiculously overpowered. I would not be surprised if they, like, just straight up patched it out of the game with how game-breaking it is. It's a bug. Yeah, presumably this is supposed to be an effect that's on the legendary versions, not the heroic versions. Like, giving access to elemental acid in heroics is a little busted. Now, I'm not really very active on the forums, so I don't know for sure. Where was I? It's a known bug? Yeah. Like, have they given any answer as to, like, if they intend to fix it? No, they haven't given an answer. Oh well. I guess we use it while it's here, and then when it's gone, we switch our gear sets over to use something else. I guess I'm a very late adopter to this, because this has been out, well, as long as Lamortia has been out, and it was found, if I recall, this was found very, very quickly. Like, as soon as Lamortia was out, this was a known thing. It's not like a Lamortia comes out and then, like, 6 months later, it's just like, oh, okay. We now found this bug. It was like, you used it in the hardcore season? Oh, it's been out for quite some time then. Yeah, like instantly as soon as Lamortia was done. Where are we? So yeah, this is my first time trying it, and it has lived up to the hype, I gotta say. That's a Fear Reaper. Let's get rid of that. It did take a big chunk of damage, but it's fine. Alright, you didn't let me jump over you. That was very impolite. Off we go. See, I was just surprised. It's like, why am I taking damage from negative damage? I have Death Ward on, but they changed that, like, last year, so it only gives you half absorb instead of full absorb. Which was a nerf to some things and a buff to others. And we gotta hit the stack? Oh, of course. Thanks for stopping by, thanks for raiding and all that. It's, but yeah, that change was good for, if you're casting on it, because it also affected enemies who used to be able to make themselves immune to negative damage, which sucked for, like, Pale Masters. Nope, take care of yourself. Have a good night. So, yes, off we go. Oh, wait, that's a Reaper. Did not get crowd controlled. Maybe we should run away now. We'll run away a little bit. Or maybe our spell won't go off and we don't run away at all. Off we go. We should probably heal up before we go in this next part. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. Alright. Just gonna dash right into the middle of everyone. Throw down some crowd control. Oh. And we get double Reapers spawned on us to punish us for our hubris. Hello, Need More Chai. Welcome in. Nice to see you. How are things? Been hitting up any more of those conferences?
Hum emanates from the room ahead, rattling the door violently.
Oh. Orange Reaper just teleporting right on my face. Come on. Let's get our platforming on. There we go.
As the first gong sounds, Patrick the Maniacal curses loudly while ground shakes beneath his feet.
Stop. Cease. Thank you. Go away. Things are going well. Conferences are ridiculously expensive. Yeah, that checks out. Anything that you're gonna have to, like, figure out a venue and, like, all the extra overhead, getting speakers, getting presenters.
Blast resonates towards
It all adds up. Oh, there's a second air elemental? I thought I was done. And we come out of the hole. We are on to dwarf. We don't be in the hole. Get out of the hole. Get out of the hole. We've gotten out of the hole. Right. And now we get to go for cry for help.
In these statues, they are eroded. As are we.
Game audio is too low.
Wicked and worthless.
Alright, maybe that's a little bit too
This
high.
world would be better off without us.
Should have fixed that balancing hours ago. Oh well, it is fixed now. Okay. We continue. Now I am aware that our playlist on our background music has reached its end. However, I'm inclined to keep it that way so that everyone can enjoy the perfect voice acting of this upcoming quest. Down we go.
I once saw a strange creature carry someone inside here. It had a tiger face, full.
I think they updated hirelings to not break as easily. Because I swear the fact that I had left her holding position in a previous quest, and then I left, and then I entered a whole new quest, I swear that used to break them. But now you can just hit the call button and they actually just come to you from wherever they are. So that's handy.
A female voice faintly calls from deep within, her words lost in the captain's depths.
Stop, Plague Reaper. Thank you. I appreciate you not killing me. Dodge past that part because there are fire traps there. Did a Reaper just walk up behind me? No. Okay. Could have sworn I saw something walk up behind me. Oh well. It's fine. I'm fine without getting ambushed from behind. Off we go. Get tentacled. Oh. Ooh, that might be my first over 1,000 crit. I wish traps hit enemies like that. Maybe they do, but I'm just like forgetting about it, but...
Cries
Yep.
for help are closer.
When the floor is going to collapse, simply jump over it.
Are now clearly audible.
Go. Making progress. I really need to do more Purple Dragon Knight live so that my rallying cry actually does things. Right now it's like, ooh, 10% move speed. Full 10%. You don't say. We do want to kill the Carnage Reaper before it gets us. Ah, that's what that is. It's like, why is my phone going off? It's warning me we're getting close to when we should be ending stream. Which is right on schedule, because well, the last thing we had planned is like, alright, we're gonna do the Giant Hold 13s. And this is the last of the Giant Hold 13s. And then we'll finish up We'll take level. We'll talk about builds a bit. It'll be a good time. Because we will take 15, so then we can talk about how we want to handle our build stuff. Yep. And they did fix the bug in here too, or at least the patch notes said they fixed the bug in here. It's not a bug that would affect me while soloing, of course, but there was a long existent bug that would punish you for being too fast here, or too accidentally coordinated, which is, if you were in a group and you came in here and you split, and you pulled the levers at the same time, it would break the quest. It would act like only one of the levers would be pulled, but also you wouldn't be able to re-pull the lever. So you'd just basically be stuck and the quest was not able to be completed. They fixed it, so now you don't need to be as careful when you come in here with a group and you're going fast and you're splitting. Which is very nice. We'll give ourselves a little bit of a heal and top up. There we go. Okay. Got both levers pulled. Now we just got to get through this section. Carnage Reaper on a ledge. Much nicer than the much more famous Fear Reaper on a ledge. Fear Reaper on a ledge has a whole different issue to it. Hi. Hi. Yep. The fact that those guys cast shield was slightly annoying when we were on our, I was about to say Arcane Archer, Arcane Trickster life. Because while you do have ways to remove immunity from shield, it requires an extra attack to actually do it. Oh look, I was just talking about the famous Fear Reaper on a ledge, and here they are. Oh, combined with a Plague Reaper in our face. That's okay. We have temp health to handle these sorts of emergency situations. Go. Now we come down here. There's 2 more Rakshasa. And a Champ Archer. And another Fear Reaper. Ow. Good thing we had temp health up. Just absorb all that traps damage. Eats half of our temp health, but we have more, so it's fine.
Horrific echoes of torture haunt this room. Interrogator and several of his inmates are clearly missing.
Skyborn, that's really unfortunate. Skyborn champions take extra damage from acid. So, really bad news for them. Terrible news, even. See, I don't know why this Jailer Koku guy, like, in Heroics, he's, like, weaker than even the normal mobs. But when you get into Epics, then they give him, like, boss-level health. He's way healthier than the other things. Why? No idea. That's just how they decided to do things.
A cloud of smoke engulfs Ursula. Out steps Lode Runner, the insidious.
Yeah. Yeah. Got him. Alright, so that does it for our Giant Hold 13, so it's time to take a level and see what we can see about our build. Our build and our gear, actually. We have both of those to deal with. So, we get to explore. What options do we have? This is something I really like about DDO, is the complexity of builds. Well, you can make them complex. I say that, but as it stands, Warlock blasting builds are not the most complex in the game. In fact, they're pretty boilerplate. Not quite as boilerplate as... Actually, no, I was going to say not quite as boilerplate as, like, a two-handed fighting build. But it's actually quite similar. Like, some of the simplest builds in the game is like, what do you do? Alright, Barbarian. Okay. What about Barbarian? You take all of your two-handed fighting feats, you take power attack, and you bonk things. That's what you do. It's like, oh, okay. What else? No, you're good. You're good. Just bonk things. And Eldritch Blast has a very similar smooth brain play loop where it's just like, what do? You hold down the button. Oh, that's right. I get hurled through hell. I forgot about that. But let's see. We don't need any more past lives because we already took Wizard past life. We could take Evocation specialty. Like, because I don't really care about any of these meta magics. So the only choice we have here is we want either Spell Focus Evocation, so that stuff doesn't evade, or we get improved mental toughness for a little bit more crit. I think at this point I have enough crit that the Spell Focus is going to be the better deal, so we take that.
The city of Storm reaches
And we
a
get
buzz
hurled
with the
through
news
hell.
that a ship has arrived to ferry passengers to Sharn, the city of towers. The ship's captain seeks heroes looking for a grand adventure in the clouds. Speak to Captain Alban Dragon
Where is it?
in the Storm
There it
Reach
is.
Harbor to
The
set
biggest
sail
problem
for
with Hurl Through
Sharn.
Hell is that it's a feat, not an SLA. So you can't do things like apply metamagics to it. And it's unaffected by Quicken, as far as I can tell. So it has a pretty long cast time, which is a little annoying. But, you know, it is what it is. So we have 1 point to spend. And the question is, do we push for getting like Strong Pact and Tainted Lore? Because Tainted Lore is actually quite good. Like 20% spell damage? Like, that's really, really nice. Like, obviously we could do Supreme Hunger, make our Stricken and Consume do more, but we're not really relying on them doing a lot of damage, so we don't care that much. We could do the Temp Spell Points. I don't really care, because we're not spending our spell points. If we were doing a bunch of... It's like, alright, I grabbed Finger of Death, I have the other Finger of Death, and I'm doing a lot of that, fine, but we're not insta-killing, we're just blasting. So I think we save this point. And we just drop into Charisma here. So we go like Charisma, we go... maybe we go into Wand and Scroll Mastery, because we are using a lot of healing scrolls. You know what? That's the plan. Make our heal scrolls better. Then, let's see. Right? We get these. So we put these points in. Very nice. A little bit more health. Nothing too major. And let's see what we got in the bank as far as gear is concerned. So, what are our gearing concerns? Well, we like set bonuses. We like DCs. We like spell powers. Specifically, we like fire and evil, or in this case, alignment spell powers. So we're going to go through level 11 to 16. We're going to go through our slots and see what we can see. All right, weapons. As soon as it finishes loading things in. There we go. So, what do we have? Magnetism, no. Resonation, no. Radiance, maybe. So, Radiance and Sight for Radiance, it's whatever. The problem is that we would have to replace our primary... Actually, no, that won't be a problem. The biggest thing we're getting off of our Barovian Scepter is the 18 spell sight. which is really, really nice. We'll grab a Scepter of Radiance just in case, so that we can mess around with things. The other option would be... none of these. None of those are options either. Armors. So the problem with swapping our armor is that our current armor gives us the exceptional spell lore and the exceptional spell power. So Order's Garb also does. So the downside to switching to Order's Garb is that we lose a good chunk of defenses, because we will be magic resist rating capped if we swap. That said, we'll get more dodge, so there's that. So I think we're going to go to Order's Garb and that whole set. Eyes, obviously we want Dusk Lenses. We want this one because that one's got Reaper on it. The downside to this is that we would now need to keep these around as a swap for our XP. So that's eyes, head. Right now we're using our level 1 helm, but it has a Reaper buff on it. We don't really have a better helm at this point. Like, there's a Wall Watch Circlet. Technically, we could swap to like Crown of Snow or something, but we're just going to stick with the Bulwark helm for now. And no head. Neck. We don't care about any of these. Our neck options are not very good. Just like, alright, we'll grab a Golden Guile for socials. But the Torque isn't really that useful for us. Our neck is not that useful for us either. Like, the Mythic bonus is nice. Trinket, ours is better. Cloak. Like, we could go Hallowed Trail for Radiance. That gives us Radiance and Radiance lore, which is really nice because that's 94 and 14 as opposed to... Alright, so yeah, so it's 5 crit and a bunch of other stuff. It does mean we lose Death Block, but I think we're still good. So we'll grab a Hallowed Trail. And then Waist. We'll take the Black Dragon Scale. It has Life Sealed on it, which is very nice. Anything else we might care about here? Like, the Black Satin Waist is, of course, the Greed option. Quality Spell, Focus Mastery, quality Charisma on it if we wanted it. But as it stands, really, the big defensive stats on Bronze Dragon Scale are hard to pass up. Rings, let's see. Houston, Conscious Wit, Seal of Earth. Celestial Topaz, nearly finished. Celestial Topaz, there it is. +8 Charisma. And Shattered Onyx if we want it. The downside to that is that we lose our Ring of the Red Abishai, so we probably lose firepower. Actually, there's a problem we're going to have across the board is that what I really should get is... I don't know if I have a Scepter of Combustion anywhere. Show me weapons. Which includes scrolls, so it's a little bit misleading for how much I've got in here. Scrolls do go in the weapons slot. What is Captain Spyglass? That's general potency, okay. Corrosion. Nullification. Yeah, if I had one of combustion, that would be ideal, because I can put combustion here, and then the hallowed trail here, and we keep the orb. But as it stands, nothing else here really catches my eye. Like, Seal of Earth is like acid, but we don't care about acid. Acid is being handled automatically. Hands, we keep our hands. It has Profane Spell Focus on it. It's got Wizardry. It's got a lot of stuff we like. Cursor's Lace Gloves are Assassinate. Hammer Fist is for melee. And Attunement is Magnetism. And we don't care about that on this build. Feet. We don't care about feet. Some people really care about feet, but we do not. So we don't care about anything on this right now, so we're not going to care about that. And then wrists, we do need to grab the ether band in order to finish the set bonus. Where did it go? Okay. Hollow Castigators are nice for the insightful sheltering, but because we are getting a set bonus, it's not an issue for us. Where did the ether band go? You two. Where did it go? It was in here. I clicked it. It didn't show up over here. Hello? Alright, I might have to clip that and open a bug. Because it appears that it just disappeared. Not in here. Not in here, not in here. What happened? I had an ether band in here, and I clicked on it, and it left here, and went to the void. Not in my inventory, it's not in my bank. We're going to try the old turn it off and on again. So we're going to log out, and we're going to log back in. And we're going to see what happened. Alright, they're back. They are still in the bank. Still, not ideal that that happened, but better than them just straight up disappearing. So, let's look at... Let's write a couple things down here, shall we? So... Since they are, ether band went into the ether? Indeed. Alright. So let's write some stuff down, shall we? Alright, so fire. We have 262 and 30%. Evil 254 and 21%. 48. Let's see. Is there anywhere I can see the DCs on spellcasting? Evocation school bonuses 9. Evo +9. What else are we going to swap with this? Do we care about our defenses? Yeah, let's not care about our defenses right now, shall we? So, offensively, yeah, we're gonna call that good. And then, once we swap everything, let's see what happens. Yes, yes, that's what we wanted. Okay. So now take a look. Fire 291 21 cent. So I lost a fire lore item. Evil 312 26%. Charisma went to 53. Location bonus went to 11. So the biggest problem here is that we lost 9 fire crit, which is a lot. What happens if I take this and put it here? So we get our crit back. How much firepower do we lose? That brings us to 2, 7, 8, and 30, which is better. 2, 7, 8, and 30. So we lose 13 firepower. Alright, so as far as our stats here are concerned, we gained like 4 to DCs on evocation total between the charisma going up and the evocation bonus going up. We gained like 70 evil spell power and 5 evil crit, and we gained just a tiny bit of fire spell power. If we had a combustion something, then it would be really nice, especially if we had a big fire ring. But this is the best we've got, unfortunately. Now, we did lose defenses, is what we lost a lot of defenses. We lost physical resist rating just from switching to light armor to robes. We lost magical resist rating from just some of the swaps we did, and we lost cap on it. But that's okay, it's fine, we'll deal with it. But as far as health goes, I think we're up significantly, because if we swap the belts back, oh yeah, look at the health difference here, 464 to 538. So we're gonna round those, so 460 to 540. So we gained like 80 health. Also, we now have we could be well served to work a dodge item in somewhere, because now that we're in robes, we have a max dodge chance of 27, and we're only going to be using, what, 12 of that when we add in Reaper points? Because 3 is 6. So, yeah, we'll be at 12 out of 27 dodge. And, yeah. I wonder. Let's do a quick Googling search. Of the wiki. DDO wiki. I want you to show me. Actually, here we'll look at this together, and everyone gets to be blinded because the wiki has no dark mode, at least not one that I know of. So we're just about to be flashbanged here. Ready? Go. My eyes! Yeah, wiki. Show me valuable scepter. Scepter of combustion. No. No. You know what? Element of chaos. Hello, Fryling. Welcome in. An element of chaos. So what I'm looking for here is I want to find... No, not you. Malleable Scepter. Fusible Scepter of Corrosion. Show me corrosion for 5 items, but I will just change this up here instead of corrosion. What are we doing tonight? We are looking at builds and gear because we've just hit 15. And we've run into a problem with we're not gaining very much fire spell power, even though we really should. So, there we go. Fusible Scepter of Combustion. What kind of build? We are technically on an Acolyte of the Skin Warlock. However, we have no points spent into the Acolyte of the Skin tree. So, what are our options here? Treasure of Chemical. What is that? What is that? What is that? Goggles. Oh, that's weird. What is this? Lord of Eyes End Chest. Alright, show me... Where can I get Fire Lore? No, not... I don't want you to tell me about Fire Lore. Show me the items that give Fire Lore. Never did one of those? This is my first time on it, so it's been interesting. So... So it looks like we can't get a 12 at this level. Let's just scroll through for 11s. Ruby encrusted gauntlets. So that's an option, actually. We would lose some stuff, but it might be worth it. Because I have ruby encrusted gauntlets. But the problem is that we'd lose spell points. We'd lose a lot of spell points. How much? If we take these off, we go from 1500 to... No, we lose like 80 spell points. But if we come here to say... Ruby encrusted gauntlets. Thank you very much. And then we put those on... And we switch this ring back, then we can see our stats here. We move from what we just had to... Alright, so we were at 278 and 30. This would move us to 303 and 32. So we'd get 2 crit and... Let's see, that's like 280-ish, and now we're at like... Alright, so we get like 25 power and 2 crit at the expense of 80 spell points. And what else did we have on these? And profane DCs, 1. I think I'm good with this, actually. I think this is better. Okay, so we toss this stuff in here. Thank you, gear. You have served me well up to this point. You can go away, you can go away. You can stay here as a swap. You can go down here as a swap. You can go here, yes. And the other option, of course, would be the Shattered Onyx, if I cared about more DCs. Because if we want to look at DCs, like what's the DC check on this? Past level 45, okay. Save, yeah, that's 39. And if we swap this, 42. 3 to saves probably beats the 14 firepower, I think. I think I like this more. Because it's like, yeah, okay, now we're down to 292 fire. I'm fine with that. We lose like 11 fire in exchange for... Wait, only 11? This has Mythic on it. Okay. Yeah, we lose 11 fire, but we gain our Profane Spell Focus back. We gain Insightful Charisma. We gain some dodge, which we just said we're not capped on. So, yeah, I think this is better. We drag some more stuff down for swaps. Like, our biggest weakness here is probably our necklace, which now gives basically nothing besides the heal amp and the mythic on it. And our helm, which is, it's 2 to all stats. Like, could be better, but 2 to all stats is still solid. And, wait, are we... Oh, an ad started. Okay. So yeah, so I think we're going to give this one quest to try it out. I'm not sure what we want. What's a quest, like, just a one-off? Trying to think what's a one-off level 13 quest. No, no, no. No. You know what? I haven't done that one in forever. We're going to do Mirrodin Kobolds. Eder Capper, Giant Hold walk up. We just did Giant Hold. Or Giant Hold 13s at least. Eder Cap would probably be the better answer. But I haven't done Kobolds in a while. Then again, they're fire immune. Let's not. Because a lot of the kobolds in there are Black Dragon-based kobolds. And if I want to test out how hard the fire is hitting, then it's not a great place to do that. So yeah, we'll hit our cap. Take me to, not the Hall of Heroes, but Gatekeeper's Grove. Alright, we'll clear inventory real quick. Not you, yes. General vendor. We sell things. Sell all kinds of things. What is adversion? Ah, this thing. Yeah, there's no way I'm keeping that around. Realistic looking... Dark skin potion. No, go away. And what else do we have here? Potion of electricity, Owl's wisdom, healer kits. So welcome back. I was not on top of hitting snooze for the ads, so unfortunately some ads ran. However, in the meantime, we have figured out what we're going to do. So let's go over the finalized question mark gear set. So we did end up getting our ruby encrusted gauntlets out and the shattered onyx. So we lost profane spell focus here, we gained it here. We did end up taking shattered onyx instead of using the red Abishai ring, so we lost like 12 or 13 firepower in exchange for 3 to all DCs. So figure that's worth it. Plus various defensive things like the resistances and the dodge and stuff. So these were the main things that we swapped out to get our fire stuff back up to snuff. And yeah. And now we're going to head to Eder Caps to test it all out. And hopefully it'll all work well. We will continue on R4, as we have been doing. Don't let it lie to you, the fact that it brought up one skull there. That's because I had to log out and log back in after the game decided that it wanted to have a bank bug, where I took something out of my reincarnation stash, and it just kind of disappeared and went to nowhere. It didn't leave the stash, but it also wasn't in the stash. And I didn't know that it was still in the stash until I logged out and logged back in. So...
You've come to these woods to stop the Ettercaps. The spider-like creatures have been capturing elves traveling to the ruins of Myth Drana. Now to see if you can find some trace of them.
Okay. Well, we seem to be okay at killing stuff, so that's nice.
Reed Elf tells you his story. It seems that the Ettercaps take their captives to a great cave, somewhere deeper in the forest.
And instantly smacked for 150 poison damage, because Ettercap spitters are crazy. Now, we did, last level, put 1 point into Wand and Scroll Mastery, so we have more efficient heal scrolls now.
It's too small to be the great cave where the Ettercaps take their captives.
Let me hit this real quick. So, yeah, we need placement up again. Altar. Alright. Will these guys kill me? So, I'm wondering, like, I've never looked into specifically how the elemental acid scaling works. Like, I know it scales off of your spell power on the spell that applied it, but I don't know which element it uses. Like, does it go off of what your acid spell power is on that spell? In which case, it might have been worth it to slot acid spell power or acid crit for it. And, like, it probably isn't. And even if it is, I do have a decent amount of acid spell power because I'm wearing General Potency. I have the goggles of this set, and the goggles of this set give General Potency. So if we look at our acid, yeah, it's at 294. It's very, very close to the others. Close in crit, too. Hi. Soul of Cruelty. That doesn't bode well for me.
You examine the marks on the ground. Something big was here recently. Something larger than an Ettercap. Much, much larger.
You know, what I should have done is I should have tried to hurl something at this point. Doesn't work on Reapers, unfortunately. Oh, Fear Reaper did see me, though. And now we get to go fight it. You know what? Hurl you. Boom. Get hurled. As I look at that elf over there who is trapped. And I'm just like, you look like you're doing okay. We're just gonna move on and leave you there. It's fine. You'll be fine. Poor elf. I know, but you know. He knows what he did. Well, he probably doesn't. He's an elf after all. And no, I don't know what that's supposed to imply. It's not like elves are stereotypically ignorant of things. They're generally portrayed as like one of the wiser races. But he'll be fine. Also, welcome in Suffa. We will switch our blast to focus.
To appease something much more powerful. A large, hungry fang dragon.
Alright. So you've got 10,000 health, which is a ton for this level. That's right, you tried to tail whip me and I was too far away.
The elves will
Get outranged, nerd.
Walk these woods undisturbed.
Alright, so, it appears that our re-gearing was quite successful, which isn't necessarily conclusive, because maybe I would have been just as well off without swapping any gear. But it seemed to go well. The boss, which could have been a point of difficulty for me, fell over pretty quickly. So R4 has been pretty solid so far. That said, it is... well, it's not a weeknight, but it's a weeknight in that there is work in the morning. So we definitely do not have time to do another quest chain. Like all of Myth Draenor, that's over an hour commitment. It's probably closer to 2 hours commitment if I'm doing solo on R4. Lord's March 2 chain, still a little bit too long. You have 2 weeks of work left before retirement? Before vacation? Before what? See, retirement. Congratulations, you made it. You put in your time and now you get to do whatever you want, really. So that's really cool that you managed to make it there. I'm not up for retirement anytime soon. I'm a little bit young for that. Which is the problem. Even if I wanted to retire young, it's just like, if I had, quote-unquote, enough to retire, it's like, enough to retire when you're 65 means you have to live this many years on that much money. If I were to try to retire at 40, with that much money, the same amount I would need if I were 65, well, it needs to last me 25 years longer. So I can't handle this size. I am not young, you're 61 and a half. I mean, that's young for retirement. So... oh, and you have a pension too. Very nice. Not a lot of those around anymore. Pensions are really kind of a thing of the past these days. Huh, I don't recognize this person. Unionize? Yeah, sure, about that. Alright, so this might just be that I am not watching streams that much these days. But it appears that... so I don't recognize this person. But I guess we'll toss that direction, because the other people who are streaming DDO currently have all been rated by me recently, within the last, like, 2 or 3 weeks. So I guess we'll toss over to Tife? And yeah. I am done tonight, yes. As I mentioned, some of us are not retired, so there is work in the morning. So, yes. But before we close out everything, plans for streams this week. If you have kept up at all, or if it's your first time here, we are doing a series where, as I said, I am 40, or at least this is my 40th year. And so I've been going through 40 years worth of gaming. We started in 1986, the first week of the year. We have moved forward 1 year per week, and this year, for this week, is 2003. The 2 games that I know we're going to hit are KOTOR, that's Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic, and Prince of Persia Sands of Time. So those are the 2 that we are definite on. We might squeeze in another stream with another game from 2003 as well. But that's what's on the docket for this week. So I hope, if you're interested in that, feel free to stop by. If you're not, and you're just here for the DDO, despite this project, we are still making sure at least once a week we do a DDO stream. So, thank you for being here, spending your time, chatting, lurking, the raid earlier. There's a lot of places you can be on the internet, and choosing to spend some time with me this evening is appreciated. So thank you very much. I think we're going to raid out to this person who I have not seen before, so I have no idea what's up with them, but hopefully it goes well, because I haven't seen them on DDO before. So let's go see what Tife is up to. Looked like they were running some Sharn stuff, and maybe I'll see you later this week. Thank you, and good night.